Helps if you add yourself to the stage, Sheila. Well, hello. I am late. Y'all know how I feel about creators not being on time to their stream. Look, see, okay, you'll see, I'm sitting here at my desk. I'm looking for my glasses. Okay, so I pick up the other pair off of my desk and I put them on. And then I realized the other pair was hanging on my shirt. See? Told y'all I have a glasses problem. I have a huge glasses problem. Lola is okay. Thank you, Denise. She is okay. Just dealing with the unplanned pregnancy. You know how that goes. Squirrels, absolutely squirrels. When it comes to me and my glasses, squirrels are loose. Look, I think I'm gonna just rename y'all my squirrel watchers. Y'all are just squirrel watchers because it's always off the rail. It's always something. But yeah, so we are in the process of getting an appointment for our unplanned pregnancy because I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I can handle puppies. Yes. Yeah, it was really unfortunate. She started her period on September 14th, and the following Saturday or Sunday, me had got her, and she had stopped her period a few days afterwards, and I just had a huge meltdown over it. I had to realize it wasn't my fault. There was nothing I could do. It hasn't been confirmed, but her little boobies are swollen. She's showing a lot of the signs of she wants to stay right with me. He's not having sex with her anymore. He ripped her little diaper cover and Pampers off. Yeah, he's an aggressive male. He's an aggressive male when it comes to getting his booty call, I guess. I don't know. So I've been sitting here crying, and I was trying to touch up my makeup and everything from having to make that hard decision to get her fixed so soon. I don't know. I honestly, I don't know a lot about, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not educated when it comes to dogs. I've never had a female dog. It's a pedo. Cindy, you done knocked me off my rocker this afternoon. Sorry, it is afternoon. Y'all, it's morning for me because I just got up like 3 hours ago. So this is morning for me. I don't get up till noon. So we don't go to bed till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, and then Hector and I were having the discussion of, do we want to get her fixed and it be a permanent thing and her not ever have puppies? Did we ever want to breed them? So we were having a long discussion this morning. Me over here just boo-hooing like a baby because she's my baby, He asked me Mother's Day, don't you want to be another mom? Be a mom again? And he shows me this picture of Lola, and I'm like, oh. So, anyways, time for comic relief. We got comic relief. Yeah. Yep. Meet's a pedo. Meet like some younger girls. So anyways, I hope everybody had a good evening and all that. Welcome in. Hi, my name is Sheila, Rubber Ramada Crime Time. I'm kind of trying to drop the Rubber Ramada part on this channel and just do Crime Time with Sheila. It is what it is, though. It's okay. Let's see. I need to find, where is it? Here it is. So yeah, I got to call in, and I had to pay a deposit and everything and get the drop-off time and all that. So it's not going to be until October 24th that she will have her surgery. And I'm not ready for that either. Y'all know I'm going to be a bumbling mess. So, yeah. So we already have jury problems today with these people. So I haven't watched that much ahead, but I did pop in a couple times, and I noticed that you like that Crime Time with Sheila. I think I like that too. I think, I'll keep the Rubber Ramada for my silliness and my craziness over Rubber Ramada channel, and just drop the Rubber Ramada off this and just have it Crime Time with Sheila. I mean, we can keep the crazy, you know. I'm always going to be me. I'm always going to be squirrely and crazy and all that. But we'll just kind of keep the rubber ramada for rubber ramada room. I know I haven't been doing much on there, but hopefully, after tonight, I will have most everything fixed with the channel. So I will come back with an answer for that tomorrow. So once I get everything fixed, then I'm going to be more comfortable with moving more stuff to where it's just crime time with Sheila, drop the rubber ramada and all that. Remember, it was a choice you made for Lola's health. She's too young for the vet. You are right. You are right. And it has just been, I cried when she started her period. I cried when Meek got her. I cried for days after that. It's just been, you know, and with everything that's going on, you know, I don't think I can handle, I can't handle puppies. I'm not going to lie. I don't think I can do it. Comic relief. My neighbor's fiance, who is currently in New York, called to find out if I was home because the gate was left open. The dogs were loose. One is not super. Oh. You know, not to spill the beans, but somebody I know, biological mom, has warrants for her arrest for not keeping her dog confined to their apartment. It's an loose at large fines, and they will put a warrant for your arrest in the state of Nevada for at loose at large fines. I got the one that was out back, home, and in the yard. There you go. At least you were able to do it. Yeah. So just because I was doing a little research on somebody, happened to find out she's got warrants for loose at large dog. I didn't know you get a warrant for having a loose dog. So my dogs, Meat will get out. If the door is open, he will get out. But I generally can get him back in pretty easily. After about 30 minutes, he gets tired. He wants to come in and get him some water and a piece of cheese. So with that, he's all good. But he's got to have that 30-minute run time just to wear himself down. He comes back home. So anyways, I'm babbling this morning. We are on to day 3. And we ended with David Packmeyer, the detective. And I'm not sure if that's who's going to come up and start today. So I just got to this point and I paused. So I may have to fast forward some more. I was just dipping in on somebody else's trial today, listening, and that's playing this and seeing they were having jury problems. The big derp was the one that got out. The girls stayed in the yard. We're the only ones that listened to. Oh, really? You know, that's really funny because Lola, nah, she'll stay right at my feet. She won't ever wander off. Or me, he's gonna run. Hector and I were just talking this morning about we need to take him to the park. I'm like, yeah, okay. He's gonna run for 30 minutes. She'll be fine and in control and all that. But you know, he's gonna make it difficult for us to even take him to the park. So I don't know. I need to get darker makeup. Every time I turn this light off, I look like a ghost. But I don't like that light on because it's blinding in the side of my eye. So okay, we're gonna hit play and we're gonna see where we're at.
Morning, one of our jurors did get stuck in.
Wait, what? Okay, I didn't hear about this. She started.
I was for the delay this morning. One of our jurors did get stuck in an accident, but luckily everyone is here and is safe. So we're going to get going. Mr. Petropas, I believe that Detective Packmeyer was on the stand yesterday, was under oath, and he remains under oath today. And you can.
No, we don't have any dog parks around here that are gated. Now you can go to a community, but they're neighborhoods, and they don't like you just bringing your dog to these little community neighborhood parks. They get like really, they act snotty and snobby, and it's like, you don't live here, so you shouldn't bring your dog here. And they act real shitty to us. And we have dog parks, but they're not gated. And that's my problem, is I need a gated dog park to let my 2 run loose. I have a house that half of it is a bar. It's still a bar, so it's empty up front. And they will run from one end of the house to the other end because the the back end of the house is what the back end of the bar, back half of the bar was actually made into a residence. So it's half bar, half residence. So, but the bar has been null. It hasn't been there for years and years and years. So they just run real crazy. They're crazy anyways.
Continue, Mr. Magaro, with your direct. Go ahead.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
You reviewed that video from Lowe's, is that correct?
Correct.
Let me adjust the sound because I don't like it. We're going to do the sound boost and we're going to turn this down a little bit.
And in what city or what location was that Lowe's video?
I believe that was Ellen Park.
All right. And based on your investigation in this matter, were you able to determine an address that was associated with Mr. Hernandez while he was in Michigan?
Yes.
And in what city was that?
It was in Lincoln Park.
All right. And what's the relative distance from Lincoln Park to Allen Park?
Roughly 3.5 miles.
Okay. From that Lowe's to Lincoln Park, about 3.5 miles?
Correct.
Okay. And that Lowe's video was taken in the morning of the homicide in Rochester Hills?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to interview Kelly Broad in this matter?
I did.
Okay. How did that come to your attention, Mr. Broad?
Mr. Broad contacted our office, I think, on the 17th of October. I believe that was a date. He indicated that he has some information he wants to talk to me about. He described defendant Zuazo as being an employee of his and being in the video. Therefore, I went down and met with him. He based the information on Ring video that he saw released to the media.
And that was a video that the sheriff's department released to the media?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you meet Mr. Broad?
It was at the Krispy Kreme, I believe, down south of St. Mary's cement factory.
Okay. And when you met with him, it was in the parking lot?
It was.
Was that in your squad car or patrol car?
My detective car, yes.
Okay. And did you play for him those Ring videos?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall how many times you played those videos for him?
I know the one we rewound, I think, twice because he wanted to hear something that was stated in the video.
And was that the video of Mr. Hernandez leaving the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you play that video for him?
On my county issued computer laptop.
So you had a laptop, and then
Yes.
were you sitting in the driver's seat?
I was in the driver's seat. He was in the passenger seat.
Do you recall about how long this meeting lasted for?
Well, we talked about Krispy Kreme a little bit, maybe a half hour tops.
Okay.
He had to
Shut
get to
up.
work.
Sure.
And
Sir, what did he just say? Did this police officer just say they talked about Krispy Kremes? Or am I hearing shit? I'm going to rewind because I swear he said something about Krispy Kremes. Is he talking about donuts? It is. I would really like a Krispy Kreme donut right now.
he was
I was in the driver's seat. He was in the passenger seat.
Do you recall about how long this meeting lasted for?
Well, we talked about Krispy Kreme a little bit, maybe a half hour tops.
Okay.
He had to get to work.
Okay. And did you play one of the other videos where when this defendant was on the porch?
Yes.
Okay. And did he identify anybody in either one of those videos?
He did identify Zuazo.
In the video?
Yes,
Okay. And did you have him write out a written statement about it?
I did.
Okay. And did you play the audio in the video of him leaving the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And also, when were you involved in the apprehension or taking into custody of Mr. Zuazo?
No.
No. Did you happen to see him afterwards?
Yes.
And did he have any type of facial hair at that time?
He had very similar facial hair as he has today.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, so then cross-exam by Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. I have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony, and if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So just starting where you left off on direct with the meeting you had with Kelly Broad on October 18th, I think it was. He wrote out a statement for you, correct?
Correct.
And he put in a quotation from the video that you watched with him, I believe you said 2 times.
Correct.
And you got a statement, when he wrote out that statement, you got a copy of that statement, right?
Yes,
And do you remember what he wrote in the quotation marks as a quotation from, purportedly from Mr. Zuazo?
I believe he quoted the "Come on, man," which was stated in the video of leaving the garage.
Come on, let's go.
"Come on, man," is what he told me, is what I recall. I would have to review the statement.
Okay, well, let me just, I thought I had it right at my fingertips for whatever reason. Just 1 second, please.
Mike, I have it.
You have it here. Thank you. Yeah, approach it. I'm handing you the document. I asked you, first of all, whether you understand or recognize it.
I do.
And is that in fact the statement, or at least a copy of the statement that Mr. Broad prepared for you back on the 18th day of October last year?
Yes.
And you see the quotations in either the second last line or the last line where it says, "Come on, let's go."
Yes,
Okay. Now, you've listened to this video on a number of occasions, correct?
I have.
And would you agree that what is actually said on the video is, "Come on, man"?
I believe it was "Come on, man," and then after there was "Let's go" was stated, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so that's what your recollection
Yes, it
is.
was combined but separated, is the way he wrote it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll retrieve that document. In your work in this case, quite a bit of it was finding locations through flock,
Yes.
correct? And you obtain those videos from Lowe's in particular, and then also at a Home Depot, is that right?
Correct.
And so let's talk about the Lowe's one.
Okay.
That is at about 9:30 in the morning on the 11th day of October, is that correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing in that video that shows the departure of the vehicle, is there? From the
Not
parking
that
lot?
I recall.
Okay, so obviously it's the flock that is the mechanism by which you were able to find this white Jeep pulling into the parking lot at the Lowe's on that morning, October the 18th, correct?
Correct.
And
October the 18th? No,
what date was it?
it would have been October 11th.
I'm sorry, I was thinking about the statement with Mr. Ross. I am corrected, October 11th.
Correct.
So it's 9:30 in the morning. Your investigation.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm okay. Sorry. Go do laundry. As many people know, and I just pray to God this doesn't get clipped or get put out there, pit bulls chase mice. Yes. Yes, they do. My heart stopped too when Lola just brought me a mouse, okay? I just lost my shit, okay? I'm sorry. I just screamed. She brought me a mouse. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. That's just total derail of my day. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes. She brought gifts. She's not in trouble. She's laying down on the couch. I told her thank you after I screamed. And I disposed of it. Keep in mind, like I've said, I live by a river. I live 3 blocks from a river, a very dirty river. And the neighbors mowed their yard this morning, is what I can tell you what happened. We have a field on one side of our house between us, and there used to be another bar there in the 80s and 90s. and there's a field there, and they mowed the field this morning. As a matter of fact, they started mowing at 8 o'clock this morning, and Hector and I were pissed off because we didn't go to sleep till 5 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, they were out there mowing the damn grass, waking us up, and they didn't stop mowing until almost 11 o'clock this morning. So I know it's because they mowed that field, but still, I don't like it. It still freaks me out, and I apologize. Sorry, we will get back to stream. I'm going to back it up for just a second because I don't really know what happened. I apologize. And yes, you heard me scream. I am so sorry.
The departure of the vehicle, is there? From the
Not
parking
that
lot?
I recall.
Okay, so obviously it's the flock that is the mechanism by which you were able to find this white Jeep pulling into the parking lot at the Lowe's on that morning, October the 18th, correct?
Correct.
And
October the 18th? No,
what date was it?
it would have been October 11th.
I'm sorry. I was thinking about the statement with Mr. Brosh. I am corrected. October 11th.
Correct.
So it's 9:30 in the morning. Your investigation makes you know that the arrival of the two people that come to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Murray is at about 11:30 in the morning. Is that correct? So this is about a 2-hour difference in time. There's no flock that shows the departure, at least of which you are aware, the departure of that white vehicle from the parking lot after the purchases were made, correct?
Necessarily, they may not have cameras exiting and entering, therefore when it capture it, flock is not always 100% reliable of catching images either. So I can't recall to say if there's a camera leaving that it would have captured it or not.
Okay, you would agree that it's not something that you had put into the materials that you submitted to the prosecutor's office. And so we don't know exactly who got into that vehicle after the purchase was made on the inside.
That's
right?
fair to say, yes.
Now, we do see the vehicle again later in the day at about 12:16, as I recall from your testimony yesterday. And it is going in the same direction as that white truck was going by, the DTE truck, correct?
Correct.
There's about a 5-minute difference in time, correct?
Correct.
And so we know, based on your testimony, that that vehicle belonged to Mr. Hernandez. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the white DTE Energy truck, you don't know who was driving in that vehicle at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how many people were in it as it goes by that address on Manchester Street in Detroit or Highland Park, whichever it is. So what we do know is that in the theory that the DTE Energy was occupied by at least Mr. Hernandez, correct?
In theory.
At the house on the street in Rochester Hills where this incident occurred, correct?
The video shows both subjects leaving the garage going to the DTE truck.
I got that part. But in terms of the vehicles, the white Jeep vehicle is not occupied. I mean, it is on the same street within 5 minutes of the DTE Energy vehicle seen on the Castle Rock Street near that address where the Murrays live, correct?
Are you asking if the Jeep was on Castle Street?
No, the DTE Energy. If I
Yes.
said Jeep, I misspoke. I apologize for that.
Yes.
So there is that difference.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Defendant Hernandez.
Good morning. So thinking back to yesterday, we watched the videos from a home. Mr. McCarthy kind of just touched on that. How did you establish the time on those videos?
That was the recorded time, I believe, on the videos.
Okay. And did you make contact, or did someone from your department make contact with that homeowner? How was it that you were able to get those videos?
Detective Jones, I believe, from the FAT team made contact with the homeowner and retrieved those videos.
Okay. And there's been some questions, both from the prosecutor and from Mr. McCarthy this morning about a white Jeep. In any of the videos that you retrieved that we're just speaking about now, nothing shows the license plate on that black Jeep or on the white Jeep, correct? No. Also, we were shown a video of a Home Depot store, but we did not see the checkout. So I know that you stated there's one of two ways that detectives can try to get information from stores like Lowe's or Home Depot. I know Lowe's, you can use their flock and see the cars that come in. Home Depot does not have that, correct?
That Home Depot, I don't believe so.
Okay, but you can call a particular Home Depot and ask if certain items that you find relevant were purchased, correct? And that's what happened at that Home Depot?
Correct.
Okay. But you were not provided a video of the actual checkout, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So was it Home Depot that told you that this is the checkout of these two individuals, or how did that happen?
That I can't recall. I know contact was made there to cross-reference certain items, and you were able to come up with that transaction, and then they backtrack timestamp.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further redirect?
Just quickly, and Detective Packmeyer, there was a question that you about regarding the license plate on a particular Jeep, and there was not a license plate.
That we could see.
Okay, but was there
At the house going by, we could not see the plate.
Okay, but when you noticed that white Jeep in that video going past the Greendale address, was there anything significant about that particular Jeep noticeable to you?
Yes, there's a lot of things significant. Number one, it has the moonroof. It appears to be a limited X, which has more of a sporty package. It has ductwork vent. They may be real, they may be fake in the hood. They have a different front fascia on the front of the vehicle, a little more sleek looking. The fog lights are a little bit elongated. And the same thing in the rear of the Jeep also. The bumper is different, more sportier than the standard Grand Cherokee of that model year.
Now, Detective Packmeyer, you're pretty specific there and seem pretty certain about those items. How do you know that?
I'm a Jeep guy, number one, but we researched and watched over and over to link it. The wheels are the same in all those videos. All those things match up on the Jeep.
And that Jeep they saw go past that 90 Greendale Avenue about an hour and a half after the homicide, was that similar to the same markings and things to that Jeep that you saw in the Lowe's flock camera?
Yes.
And no further question, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
People call Officer Hill to the stand.
I'm over here talking away and I'm muted. Krispy Kreme donuts. That's what I wrote down on my paper. That was what I got out of that.
Being sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Eric Hill.
Okay, you're with us.
And Mr. Hill, can you spell your first and last name for us, please?
ERICHILL.
And where are you employed, Mr. Hill?
The Detroit.
Okay. I'm typing. I'm going to shut up.
Police Department.
Right. And how long have you been employed with the Detroit Police Department?
9 years.
Okay. And prior to your employment with the Detroit Police Department, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
No.
Okay. What is your current title with the Detroit Police Department?
Police officer.
Okay. I want to direct your attention back to October 11th, 2024. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day, did you locate a car that was on fire?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where that was located at?
Yes, it was located on East Margaret Street, just east of John R.
Okay. And where, what type of address was this that you located?
It was in a vacant field.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of the day that was when you located it?
12:15, 12:20 in the afternoon.
Okay, in the 12:15, 12:20 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And when you observed, where were you when you first saw it? Did you see smoke or did you see the car? What did you see first?
I was driving east on 8 Mile Road by John R. when I observed smoke southeast of that intersection.
And when you observed that smoke, what did you do?
I immediately drove to go investigate that area.
And what did you first observe when you arrived there?
A white F-250 on fire with 2 firefighters standing by watching.
There was already firefighters there.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next in your investigation of that burning truck?
I was in plain clothes in an unmarked vehicle, so I got out, identified myself as Detroit Police firefighters, and asked what was going on with the burning car.
Okay. And at some point during your investigation, did that particular car were you made aware that this car could be of interest in law enforcement?
Yes. So in my experience, little backstory, I worked at the 11th precinct where this car was located for about 6.5 years. Knowing that there's almost nothing in that area, and for something to be burning in the middle of the day would be highly unusual, likely tied to something violent.
And so when you were over in that area, you had concerns about this?
I was fairly certain, yes. I didn't have any definitive proof at the time.
Okay. And did you get notified by dispatch or over the radio that this car could be of interest?
So upon determining that the car had DTE logos on it, I immediately contacted our dispatch asking if there had been any reports of a stolen DTE truck to Detroit Police that day.
And then were you made aware that there was?
At the time, I was told no. I didn't learn it was related to anything until later on in the day around 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I may approach the witness.
Yeah.
And officer, I'm hitting you with already been marked at People's Division mid at People's 15A. Can you take a look at this for us?
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the picture I took before I sent it to Investigator Downey, I believe it was, for Oakland County.
And that's exactly what that truck looked like on fire in that 11th precinct that you were
Yes.
used to. Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Officer Hill, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I just have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that. So this vehicle was south of 8 Mile Road and
Correct.
east of John R.
Correct.
Was it as far down as State Fair, which is 7.5 mile?
I don't recall exactly where. I believe it was between State Fair and 7 Mile.
Okay, so south, closer
Yes.
to 7 than it was to 8. Is that
Somewhere in
right?
that area. I can't give the exact.
And then the area, because you were familiar with it, did not have much in the way of buildings.
Correct.
And so the fact that there was a fire going on and what was, in your mind, pretty much vacant neighborhoods was a matter of interest to you, correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived there, Detroit Fire was already present, is that right?
Yes.
And so they had the fire under control?
No, so they didn't actually have a fire truck there. They had been 2 firefighters driving one of the department vehicles on their way to lunch when they observed the same thing and went to investigate.
Oh, so they were just calling for a fire unit to come to put it.
I keep thinking that I'm hearing something like around me. Y'all keep seeing me. I'm like fooling with my stuff. And what it is, and it's tripping me out, is the people are in, whoever else is in the courtroom, whatever table they're at, must be having a conversation because I'm hearing them talk too.
Yep.
They were there on scene. They investigated. Once they located where the fire was and what was going on, then they called the main station to send a fire truck out.
And you were present when that occurred.
Yes.
And then did you have anything to do with the disposition of that vehicle, having it towed away or anything like that?
No. In order to tow away a vehicle or impound it, you need a program called GovTow in a computer, which I did not have because I was in an unmarked vehicle with no computer at the time. So I called over dispatch to send a marked unit to recover the vehicle.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross defendant Hernandez.
I have no questions.
Any redirect here?
None, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
May this witness be excused.
No objection.
No, Dick.
Please excuse.
People call Lieutenant Martez Dixon.
Yeah, see, but I'm wearing headphones, so I hear every little breath they take.
Lieutenant, if you could come this way to be sworn in. You could step up, the judge will say you're in.
Good morning, Lieutenant. You can just stand up and raise your right hand. I can get you sworn in here. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us.
My name is Martez Dixon.
Your witness.
Good morning. If you could tell us how you're currently employed,
I'm employed through the city of Detroit.
and just if you could do me a favor, there's folks that are in the first two rows that are also jurors that need to hear you. So if you could get your voice up loud, it may be loud enough, but I just want to make sure so we don't have to repeat it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
If you could tell us how you're employed.
I'm employed through the city of Detroit, Detroit Fire Investigation Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Been doing that since 2021, about 4 years.
Okay. And you have a rank of lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
And is that rank of lieutenant through the fire department or is it through the police department?
It's through the fire department.
Okay. And did you have specialized training for your duties currently?
Yes, sir.
And what are your duties currently?
My duties are to determine the origin and cause of fires.
Okay. And could you explain to the jury basically what that means when you have that specialty?
When you have that specialty, I'm assigned to any fires that's in the city of Detroit. And I investigate the fires, and like I said, I determine the origin and the cause of the fires.
And have you testified multiple times before?
No, sir.
This is the first time?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me direct your attention back to October 11th of 2024, where you called out as part of your duties to investigate a suspicious fire.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that entailed?
That entailed I had a call out on a vehicle fire on the east side of Detroit. So that's
Did you take photographs of that vehicle?
yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced. If I could approach your honor. Exhibits 15B, 15C, 15D, and 15E and F. Can you see all those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize those?
These are the photographs that I took of the vehicle once I arrived.
Okay. And can you tell us from your training experience what you noticed when you got to the scene and looked at the vehicle?
I noticed significant fire damage that originated in the interior and extended to the exterior.
Okay.
of the vehicle.
Were you there where the fire was still going, or did you get there after that?
I was there after it was extinguished.
And you photographed the license plate also?
Yes, sir.
And this investigation ended up getting involved with a homicide case that is out of Oakland County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do any chemical testing on the interior of the vehicle of anything of that nature, did you?
No, sir.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, cross-exam Zuazo.
Lieutenant, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Judge Zuazo. I just have a couple of questions to ask you here this morning. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, then I'll rephrase, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you are a lieutenant in the Detroit Fire Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your job is to investigate fires.
Yes, sir.
So you got called to that scene that day, and you were able to determine through your investigation that the fire initiated or originated rather in the passenger compartment of the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to do that?
Through the fire patterns, through the fire effects.
And the fire patterns, were you able to determine a source of what ignited the fire?
No, sir.
And when the fire, you talked about the fire pattern, that means the direction in which the fire goes, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your direct testimony, you said something about in the back part of the truck, meaning the bed of the truck, there was fire damage there, correct?
Yes, it was fire damage in the bed of the truck, but it originated in the passenger compartment and extended towards the bed of the truck. Yes, sir.
Did it engage with the engine of the truck?
Yes, sir.
When you got to the scene, was the fire still ongoing, or was it already extinguished?
It was already extinguished, sir.
And when you conducted your investigation, Did you do that on the scene there on John R. Street, or did you do it at some place where vehicles are towed by the fire department and investigations are conducted in a garage?
I conducted my investigation right there on the scene.
And the photographs that you took are right there.
Yes, sir.
And then you made a determination that it was originally ignited in the passenger compartment, but you could not tell what was the cause of the ignition. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross from,
Mr. McGrath asked my question, so I have nothing further. Thank you.
all right, no cross from the defendant Hernandez. Any redirect here?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Lieutenant. Step
Surprise.
down.
People call Detective Casey Jones. Detective Jones, if you could take the stand to be sworn in. Yes, sir.
Morning, Detective. Just stay standing, raise your hand, I'll get you sworn in here. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide to us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
My name is Casey Jones.
Your witness.
Good morning, sir. If you could make sure you speak up very loudly, because
Sure.
the folks in the first two rows need to hear you also.
Okay.
Detective Jones, can you tell us how you're employed?
Yes, sir. I work for the Caddo Parish Sheriff's Office in Shreveport, Louisiana. I've worked there for the last 20 years.
And are you have any special assignments?
Right now, I work on patrol as a supervisor. But for the previous little over 9 years, I worked as a investigator for the Detective Bureau.
Okay, let me direct your attention back to October of 2024. Were you an investigator and detective back at that time?
Yes, sir. I was a supervisor over our persons and property division.
Okay, and can you tell us, as far as being a detective in that location, what your duties would basically involve?
Investigating criminal matters involving crimes against persons or theft of property.
Not having been to Cato Parish before, and that's parish, not county, correct?
That's right.
Okay, not being in Cato Parish before, are there any major cities that I would know of that are in Cato Parish?
Shreveport, Louisiana.
And are there any major highways that run through Cato Parish?
I-49.
And can you describe that highway?
I-49 is a highway that goes through Caddo Parish, and if you come out of Arkansas south, it'll go all the way to I-10 toward Baton Rouge.
Okay. And if you can tell us, as best you remember, your department became involved in a traffic stop of a Carlos Hernandez back in October of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recall what day that traffic stop occurred?
October 12, 2024, about
And-
3:43 p.m.
Okay. And does that highway head in the direction of Texas or going that varied route?
Yes, sir. That interstate could lead to I-20 to go to Texas.
Okay. And the directional path that defendant Hernandez was going, was that north or south, east or west on that highway?
Southbound on I-49.
And were you familiar with the deputy from your parish that engaged in that traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Deputy Michael Rocco.
Okay. And was there any other assistance by any other law enforcement agencies at that time?
Yes, sir. Corporal Dennis Williams assisted with the traffic stop, and then other deputies came afterwards, and then we got called as the investigative.
Okay, look, I just wanted to share this just for a squirrel moment. We were talking about Cher. This was my Cher Barbie. This was at my grandparents' lake house in 1976. That was my Cher. I think it was 76 or 77. So, yeah, I had to share. I've always been a redhead. Yep. I just wanted to share.
Other law enforcement in Louisiana have been notified by interest by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office in a white Jeep vehicle.
Yes.
And what information did you get provided for you and your department regarding what vehicle was of interest to Oakland County?
Louisiana State Police was notified by a task force that there was a wanted vehicle and it was a bolo out. So the LSP was helping with the pings and then determined that was in Caddo Parish and then called upon us for assistance.
Okay. And that traffic stop, Carlos Hernandez was taken into custody?
He was.
Did you ever have contact with Carlos Hernandez over the time that this case was down being investigated in Louisiana?
Not in reference to this, no.
Okay. When Carlos Hernandez was taken into custody, was Oakland County notified by your department that
Yes.
he was in custody?
Yes.
After he was taken into custody, did your department basically process the scene by taking photographs and taking items into property?
Yes.
And was that by search warrant?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been, you've had an opportunity to review those before coming in today, the photographs. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 3A. Hopefully technology works and it is up there on your screen.
It is.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. For reference, Exhibit number 3A is photographed by your department showing the white Jeep front. Is that correct?
Yes.
Going to Exhibit 3B. That is a photograph from your department showing the passenger side of that white Jeep.
Yes.
Exhibit 3C shows the rear of that Jeep. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that also has the plate that comes back to the be on the lookout that your department received.
Yes, sir.
Going to Exhibit 3D, that is the VIN number that is assigned to that vehicle.
It is.
Photograph 3E, is that the Jeep driver's side?
It is.
Showing you 3F, is this a photograph of the Jeep passenger side and glove box?
Yes.
Showing a photograph 3G, is that a close-up of the Jeep glove box?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3H. Is that the clipboard inside the glove box?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3I. Is that a photograph of the rear seat of the Jeep?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3J, which is the Jeep trunk. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3K. Is that a pair of black Nikes?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 3L. Is that a black Nike on the right side?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked as 3L. Is that a black Nike 3M? Is that showing you the Nike sole of that right side?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3N as in Nancy. Is that showing you the left black Nike?
This is the left side
That's
of the
still
shoe.
in.
Yes, sir.
The 3N. Do we have 3N? Is that the left side of the black Nike?
Yes, sir.
3O. Is that showing you the sole of the left shoe of the black Nike?
Yes.
Moving on to 3P. Does that photograph show a placard for a DTE sign?
Yes.
Showing you what's 3Q. Is that showing a license plate with the identifying POCO 32?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3R. Is that showing you a bucket hat?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3S. Is that showing a white mask?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3T. Is that showing a Home Depot bag?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3U. Is that showing a pair of brown boots?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3V. Is that showing you a black sweat jacket?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked 3W? Is that a white t-shirt?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3X? Is that showing you the interior contents of the vehicle?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3Y? Is that showing you the roof rack that was attached and some of its contents?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3Z? Is that a black Nike bag?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3AA? Is that opening for the contents of the black Nike bag?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3BB? Is that showing you a chest drawer from inside that Nike bag?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3CC? Is that showing you the contents of that drawer?
Yes. Except for the
Unmute, Sheila, unmute. So this was items found in that vehicle in that black bag. So these are items that was Miss Linda Murray's, that was in that car. There was baby clothes in that bag too. They took the whole drawer. Just forget dumping it. They just grabbed the whole damn drawer. What is wrong with these people?
a green Bonita that was on
And then to find out that most of it was costume jewelry, you know they were pissed off.
top of the clipboard inside of the glove box.
Thank you. Showing what's been marked as 3DD. Is that showing close-up of the contents?
Yes, sir.
Showing what's been marked as 3EE. Is that showing you another angle of that drawer's contents?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would.
Does anybody else remember these friendship bracelets? Remember doing friendship bracelets? This brought back a memory. This was one of those flag ones, the way the pins are put together to make it look like a United States flag. I remember doing these back in the day. Not that I'm showing my age or anything. And a pair of nail clippers. Sir.
Move the exhibits we just discussed, 3A through 3EE, into evidence.
Any objection?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
No, they're all in.
Now, that's the photographs that we had discussed that was taken by Cato Parish, but they also took physical items into custody. Is that also correct?
Yes.
I'm going to try to do this as efficiently as possible, just for counsel's sake and for the record. First, we're going to discuss 6.
And I'm with Denise. I'm going to start correcting him. It's Cato Parish, sir, not Cato. You say Cato, I think of Cato Kalin. We're back in O.J. Simpson days or something. It's Cato. We have a Cato Lake here.
A
Remember that?
through 6, 8, I, which I believe are going to be noted as we go.
Is there objections to any of these?
No, I have no
No? Okay, all right, so are you moving for admission?
Judge?
Just trying to move it along if you're moving for admission and there's no objection.
I am going to move for admission, and then I will accept the
Publish.
stipulation to publish. I just want the record to note they do have all Cato Parish evidence.
Cato.
All those sections, but just move it along, no objection, 6A to 6I. Just was that your request or is the 6J part of that?
And for the record, 6A is the physical clipboard, 6B is the DTE sign, 6C is the POCO plate, 6D is the Pandora box, 6E is a turtle pendant, 6F is a home flex gas meter reader, 6G is the gray fisherman hat, 6H is the Home Depot bag and tools, and 6I is a hammer.
Sarah?
Also, the next batch of exhibits, which were also taken in by Cato Parish, these are the ones that went to the Oakland County lab. That's why they're numbered differently. These are lab exhibits. These exhibits would be 7A through 7G. If council wants to stipulate to that, we'll accept that stipulation, and I will just read what they are on the record.
Well, Your Honor, I have no objection to the admission of these. Being admitted.
7A to 7G, so I know. Okay, so they're in. I have a question. Did you move for 6J?
No, I crossed that one off.
Okay.
7A for the record is tan boots that were taken in by Cato Parish. 7B is a white mask that is taken in to Cato Parish. 7C is a face covering that was taken in by Cato Parish. 7D is an N95 mask. 7E is a white t-shirt. 7F is black Nikes. 7G is a pair of black and brown gloves. Just briefly, since the key part of your travel up here has been now covered with the exhibits, just briefly, I just have a few follow-up questions. In the traffic stop and the reports that you have reviewed, was defendant Hernandez alone, or was there other folks in the vehicle with him?
I wasn't on the scene, but on review of everything, there were 2 other individuals with him.
Okay. And one of those was his wife, Amanda Diaz,
Correct.
and one of those was a minor child,
It was.
and there were a couple pets in the vehicle as well.
That's what I heard. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Cato Parish later transported Ms. Diaz, the children, and I guess Hampton Inn is pet friendly, to the Hampton Inn.
That's where they ended up. Yes, sir.
When the defendant was booked in by Cato Parish, you booked him in at 6'6" and 450 pounds. Is that correct?
That sounds right. Yes, sir.
Why don't you get one?
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, all right, come on.
Does that help?
No.
Okay.
What's she gonna say? Quit blasting this man's weight out there? Oh, y'all, I'm sorry. Okay, I used to be over 300 pounds, so I'm not one to judge people on weight. Okay, you know, we all go through it. Some years are worse than others.
Do people have any further direct questions?
He's
at
a
this
big
time?
No,
dude.
Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examine Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Jones, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I have just a few
Thought he was
questions
detective,
to
not a
ask you
lieutenant.
regarding your testimony here
Yes,
today.
sir.
You were the person that, be like the supervisor of the other deputies from the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office that went to the scene of where the vehicle was stopped and took the items that are now admitted into evidence from that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The vehicle was brought to our division where it was stored safely.
And then that's where the search was done.
Yes,
Was
sir.
in the police or
In the-
sheriff's garage
Yes,
that
sir.
we saw in those photographs.
That's right.
And in those photographs, one thing I did not notice was a child seat, safety seat for a child to ride in the vehicle. Was there one of those in there? If you know.
I don't remember if there was a child seat in there or not.
Okay, there was quite a bit of stuff
Okay.
crammed into that vehicle, correct?
There was. Yeah.
And but yeah, I just didn't note that, and it's not in any report that there was one
I
recovered.
got you. I don't know that there was one in there.
Okay,
Yes, they did say he said 6'6", 450, but see that's a discrepancy because the other guy said 6'5". So I guess they can't agree. Sorry, I was looking for some powder to put on to maybe make my face look darker or something. I feel like ghostly in this camera.
thank you. And then these items that were taken out of that Nike bag,
It's all
that was where this pair of brown shoes was found, as well as the Nike shoes. Is that correct?
A white trash bag.
A white trash bag.
Yeah,
Okay, I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah.
So, and that white trash bag was in the back part of this Jeep,
that's right.
and the Nike bag was actually up on the roof in the rooftop carrier.
I believe so, in the cargo holder.
Yes.
If there was any shoes taken out of it, it was a pair of Air Maxes, but a female pair,
Okay.
of a much smaller size.
In female shoes, not male shoes.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. And this vehicle, you and other members of the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office had communication from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office about the fact that they were asking you to be on the lookout for this Jeep. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, the only people that were in that Jeep in Louisiana headed toward, or at least pointed in the direction of Texas, was Mr. Hernandez and his wife and this child.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross, Hernandez.
Good morning.
So you have obviously had an opportunity to talk to the officers that were responsible for pulling Mr. Hernandez over, correct?
Yes.
And to your understanding, did that officer put the lights on and conduct like a normal traffic stop, like all of us are familiar with?
Conducted a felony traffic stop. Compliance.
And Mr. Hernandez pulled over the vehicle?
He did.
And did he follow the commands of the officer to exit the vehicle?
He did.
There was no running or attempt to flee, correct?
No, ma'am.
All right, so I want to go over some of the items in the photographs that were just discussed. Were you there during the search of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And how many people were involved in the actual search and recording of what was found in that vehicle, if you recall?
Four, including myself and then CSI investigator Ty King.
Okay. So I have in my possession a return on search warrant. I have it as a 2-page document. Is that where someone from your office or yourself wrote down all of the items that were taken?
Detective Ellis.
Okay. So is it your policy to write down every single thing on this return of search warrant that was removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so I have reviewed the return on search warrant and I don't see that gloves are written down. I also, when we were looking at the photos, I don't see a picture of gloves. Do you specifically have any recollection where these gloves were located?
Gloves. I don't remember gloves.
Okay, there is an exhibit that was just entered, which is 7G. Mr. Petrofessa had those entered. So in your recollection, were any gloves found in that vehicle?
Not that I remember right offhand.
Do you have your report and would it refresh your
I do.
recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm specifically looking at the return on the search warrant.
You're saying it's not on the return?
I am not seeing it. Have you had a chance just to review the return on the search warrant, those 2 sheets?
Yes.
That's your friend. Okay. Do you agree with me that gloves are not reflected on the
Yes,
sheets?
I don't see gloves.
But your testimony is that all of the evidence that was removed from the car is listed on the return on the search warrant, correct?
Should have. I know we had one error on here where the Bonita case wasn't. We tried to cover that in the narrative of the report as well. So if there was any errors, they would try to cover that in the narrative.
All right. Were you responsible for taking the photos?
No.
No, someone else was responsible.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Judge. And on that discussion of photos, I did not turn the page on your photos. There was another set of photos that continued after 3.
Sorry. Lola was crying. I didn't know what that noise. I thought I was hearing something. I could hear, and I'm like, what in the world am I hearing? Lola's laying on the couch crying. She's asleep. She's dreaming. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pause it. I just got freaked out.
PE. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3FF. Do you recognize a photograph of that as part of the jewelry contents?
I do. Yes, sir.
And 3GG as a man's white shirt.
Yes.
3HH. That's a placard from one of your investigators who was involved in processing the scene.
CSI investigator. Yes, sir.
3II. That's the pair of the black Nikes.
It is.
3JJ. That's the pair of the brown boots.
Yes.
3KK. Another angle of the brown boots.
Yes.
3LL. Another close-up of the brown boots.
Yes.
3MM. Another angle of the brown boots.
Yes.
3NN. The size 11 of those brown boots.
Yes, sir.
300. Black Nike close-up.
Yes.
3PP. Bottom of the shoes of the black Nikes. Is that
Yes.
correct? 3QQ. Black Nike from the side.
Yes.
3RR. Another photograph of the black Nikes.
Yes.
3SS. Black Nike close-up showing size 13.
Yes.
3TT. A close-up of the clipboard.
Yes.
3UU. Photograph of the Home Flex gas reader.
Yes, sir.
3VV. Hammer.
Yes.
3WW. 2 other pairs of men's sneakers.
Yes.
3XX. One of the pairs of those sneakers, size 13.
Yes, sir.
And 3YY. The other pair of the sneakers, size 13. Is that correct?
Yes.
People moved 3FF through 3YY into evidence.
I have no objection.
No, right there.
And if I could just approach with one of the exhibits that's already been entered. I know Ms. Lofton had discussed a pair of the gloves. And there's a couple of places in these reports where items are documented. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's part of it in the typewritten up near the front of the reports. There's the handwritten, and there's also another group of itemization of the items. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to direct your attention to item 3.7G. Am I correct that the black and brown gloves are noted here in this part of the report?
They are.
And this is the black and brown gloves. Do you recognize that as your department's code on the front with a sticker?
Yes.
Can you check that?
Sure.
Thanks. Can you open that and show us what's inside?
Check it out.
Yes.
One black glove. Looks to be a right-handed glove. And then another black glove, which would be the other one for the left hand.
And do you recall seeing those when the vehicle was processed?
I do not recall seeing those
They
myself.
were taken in though with the other items.
Right.
If you could just put those back in
Sure.
for us. And all these physical items were turned over to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
They were.
We sent out two detectives to pick these up.
They came down and everything was turned over to them by CSI Investigator King.
I don't have any more questions, Judge.
There was new evidence introduced all off across.
Thank you very much. Lieutenant, just to follow up on that last item, the 7GG, I think it was, that pair of black gloves. Were you able to determine when you looked at them whether, what size they were?
I didn't see the size.
Okay, and is it, just for filling out the record here a little bit, are those like latex gloves or
They were made of rubber.
made of rubber?
Yeah,
So,
some cloth on the end of them.
and cloth on the inside, but there was nothing that indicated what size it was.
I didn't see a size myself.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, that was across the line, so it's across Hernandez.
If they went to comments about the glove size, were they going to say, oh, well, so-and-so's hands are small, or I didn't mean to say so-and-so, Zuazo, because that's all I'm calling him. Zazu's hands are too small, or they were too, and were too big for his hands, and could only be Carlos Hernandez because he's got bigger hands. I think that's why they were asking about if he knew what size.
Sir, just to follow up, I know we
Just
discussed
my
the return
opinion.
on the search warrant. Would you agree with me that using that sheet, it also dictates or leaves a space where whoever is doing the search and finding the evidence has a place where they can put the location? So the location of the item and where it was found, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you were already asked that you don't have any independent recollection of the gloves being found in the car. So is it safe to assume you don't know where those gloves were found, correct?
Right.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Detective, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Judge, can I check the hall for one of our witnesses to see if she's here yet?
Your Honor, for the record, I have no objection to Lieutenant Jones being allowed.
All right, you're excused. Good morning, Mr. Mendo. You can just step in there and raise your hand. I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Tell us your name.
Hello, my name is Sierra Ramirez, Siera, last name Ramirez.
Your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell us how you're currently employed?
I currently work for the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. I work in the forensic laboratory. I'm hired as a forensic laboratory analyst where I work in the biology unit doing DNA testing, and I'm also a member of the crime scene response team.
Okay. And how long have you had the duties of doing DNA testing?
Almost 5 years.
And have you had specialized training in that?
Yes, I have.
And regarding crime scenes, that's also something in addition to doing DNA testing.
That is correct.
And do you have specialized training in that also?
Yes.
And what does that training consist of?
For the crime scene or the DNA, or for both?
For both.
So for the DNA aspect of it, I have a master's degree in forensic science where I have an emphasis in DNA. In addition, I did a internship at the West Virginia State Police, which incorporated DNA. I also, when getting hired into the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, underwent a 1.5 years of training, going through hundreds of samples, doing interpretations, and doing the testing from start to finish, and before being competency tested by my peers, other qualified analysts.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert before in DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified as such?
Yes.
And were you also qualified as an expert and testified as such in this case down at district court?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, the people move Ms. Ramirez into testify as an expert in the field of DNA testing.
Your Honor, I am in receipt of Ms. Ramirez's curriculum vitae. I also participated in preliminary examination. I have no objection to her being qualified to testify as an expert DNA analysis.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, so it's DNA testing and analysis?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, she's deemed an expert in that.
Can you tell us how it was that you first became involved in this case?
So in addition to the DNA testing, I was also a member that responded to the crime scene itself in October of last year. At the scene, I participated in evidence collection where I collected most of the evidence that was being tested in this case from the crime scene itself. In addition, afterwards, I received the biology request where I went on to do all the DNA testing in this case as well.
I'm trying to pivot. As part of your duties, do you compile a report regarding your findings and what you've processed?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when you do that, do you have a laboratory number that corresponds to the case?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what the laboratory number that corresponds to this investigation is?
24-2071.
And did you complete reports plural in this case?
I completed 3 separate DNA reports.
And those DNA reports, each one is also labeled separately for your reference under that lab report number. Is that correct?
Yeah, each report has its own request number associated with it.
Okay. And for the record, one would be request number 0003. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And 0004
That's correct.
and 0005.
Correct.
And do you have copies of those reports with you?
Yes, I did bring my own copies.
Okay, I'm gonna, if I could approach, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 9. Does People's Exhibit number 9 reflect your lab report number 0003?
May I look?
Sure.
May I look at my notes as well to make
Sure.
sure? The keys coming down. Yep, 6 pages. This is correct.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 10. Does that correspond with your lab report 0004?
That is correct.
And I'm gonna show you what's been marked as request number 0005. Does that correspond with People's Exhibit number 11?
That is correct.
Okay, and these are kept in the ordinary course of your business and your records from the
Yes.
Sheriff's Office? People would move People's Exhibit number 9, 10, and 11 into evidence.
I have no objection. I've received all these.
No objection. All right, 9, 10, and 11 are in.
Now, let's start with your response to the scene itself. Did you respond there?
Yes, I did.
And there were other members of your evidence collection investigative team?
Yes, I was not the lead investigator, but I was a member of the team that assisted in processing the scene.
And Valmyra was part of that team?
Yes, she was the lead investigator who authored the crime scene report.
And have you worked with her on many occasions?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and do me one favor, because I've started out this way, but not with you. Can you make sure you talk very loud because the folks in the first and second row need to hear you also?
I will try to do better.
I'm not saying you weren't doing well. I'm just saying, just going forward. When you went to that scene, did you have any specialized duties as far as looking at that scene and processing it?
I came in with a DNA mindset, looking for evidence that could be collected for possible future DNA testing. My job there was evidence collection, where I swabbed several items for DNA testing in the future and also helped collect other items of evidence as well.
Okay, so you physically collected exhibits yourself?
Yes, I did.
And did you swab items at the scene itself?
Yes, I did.
And then did you test items that you didn't necessarily swab at the scene that you tested back at your lab?
Yes, and this is normal.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention first to exhibit number 9, which is a report dealing with request number 3. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
Okay. In request number 3, did you take a look at the items that have been collected from the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And when you work on a case like this, do you work with detectives?
Yes, they are typically at the scene as well.
When it comes to deciding what to process for DNA, is that somewhat of a complex decision to make what items get processed and what items cannot be processed?
There can be a lot of communication involved. Ultimately, it's dependent on what the detective or the officer in charge would like to be tested. But we can sometimes, as in myself and other members of the crime scene team or other members of a DNA unit, can give input on what might be the best items to have probative results.
Okay. And you've done that on a regular basis?
Yes.
There's communication back and forth?
Yes, sometimes.
Hopefully, but ultimately it's going to be the detective's decision where to direct your talents.
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, based on things that get processed and then things that collected later and then requests for process, that again is a discussion with you and the detective.
Yes.
Starting with exhibit number 9, did you process an exhibit that was a white mask?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you have your own set of numbers regarding what you're processing for an evidence property tag. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and that evidence property tag number is not going to match up how we're calling it today in court. Okay, so that white mask for the property that was pulled was given your property number 172985. Is that correct?
yes. There were 2 white masks submitted for this report, but one of them is item number 172985.
Okay, and I'm going to ask to approach these. We've already been admitted into evidence because they came from Sheila Parish. But do you recognize this item itself?
This is item 172985, and my signature is across the seal.
Okay. And for the record, this one's been labeled 7B. I'm going to ask you, because of your responsibilities, do you deal with biohazards?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Would it be a hazard for you to open this up, or would you be able to open up the mask to show us what you tested?
That can be up to you guys. Most of the time, I don't prefer to open up just in case future DNA testing, because I don't want to be responsible for contaminating, but that is the decision of the court.
I'll leave it in the bag. If defense counsel wants it removed, we can do so. If the jury wants to see it out of the bag, we can do so also at some other point. But I'll refer
Would
to
you
it.
feel more comfortable if you had plastic gloves or latex gloves?
Gloves and possibly a mask, yes.
Okay, all right, so if we're taking out the biohazard evidence, we'll provide that to you.
Thank you so much.
So regarding Exhibit 7B, what did you do regarding that exhibit?
So the item was 1 sealed brown paper bag containing 1 off-white balaclava mask. This mask was submitted where I collected a sample of DNA from the mask that then went forward for DNA testing.
Okay, and did you swab the inside or the outside of the mask or both?
Per my notes, if I'm recollecting correctly, I swabbed where the nose and mouth covering would have been. There was a seam on the interior of the mask, so I could make an assumption of the interior. So I was able to swab where I believe the covering would be.
Okay, and for any of these results to even start taking place, you have to have some standard known samples of folks that we're interested in for comparison purposes. Is that correct?
That would be correct. But I do want to put out there that in cases where there's evidence and knowns, I do process the evidence first before processing the knowns to ensure that there was no contamination between the known evidence with the evidence that is being tested.
Okay, and when you finally got to the point of making comparisons, what were the knowns that you were given in this case for comparison purposes?
There were 4 different knowns that I received. Do you want me to read the item numbers associated with them as well? Or just the names?
No, at this point, we're going to go item by item when we get to that with the results, but who just in general did you have for comparison purposes?
There were 2 victims and 2 suspects. The names of the associated individuals were Joshua Zuazo, Linda Murray, Carlos Hernandez, and Hussein Murray.
And what type of samples did you have for comparison purposes?
For Hussein Murray, I received a blood card. And for the other 3 people, I received a buccal swab, which is a sample from the inside of their mouth, which collects skin cells that can be used to develop a DNA profile.
Okay, so going back to exhibit number 7B, were you able to get any connection between any of the knowns and that inside of that white mask?
For the results of this and the interpretation, a DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. After we as in the laboratory part of procedure, but I did a statistic. I need to go into this real quick before I read the statistics so it makes a little bit more sense. It's a likelihood ratio where I'm comparing 2 different hypotheses against one another, the person of interest versus an unknown, unrelated person. You can think of it as a teeter-totter where both of these hypotheses are competing, and whatever one is stronger, there will be a value associated with it. And there's also a verbal qualifier as the last sentence to tell you how strong of a support that person may or may not be a contributor to the sample. So it's kind of a lengthy statement, but I'm going to have to read the entire thing so it's all together. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 9.68 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Joshua Zuazo than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
Okay. I'm going to move to exhibit 7C, which corresponds to your lab property number 172991, and also 7D, which is also part of your 1792991B. Do you see those?
Yes, I do. And real quick, back to that first mask, Carlos Hernandez, Hussein Murray, and Linda Murray were excluded as possible contributors to that DNA results that were obtained. So
I didn't follow that. Which item are we talking about?
I apologize. Item, the first balaclava mask we were talking about, item 172985.
Linda Murray and Hernandez, and the third name? You said?
Hussein Murray.
Very good, thank you.
Now approach you, exhibit 7C and 7D. which had the face covering and mask inside. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It has the item number associated and as well as my initials on the tape seal when I resealed the evidence.
I'm not going to ask you to open that, so that's again biohazard. But did you do testing on that item?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Regarding the face covering, did you come up with any observations of the face covering or the N95 mask as far as your visual observations?
So in this package, there were two separate masks. One was an N95. The other was a balaclava off-white mask, again, similar to a ski mask. For this result, for the balaclava mask, I simply took a collection of the interior of the mask again around that mouth and nose covering. I did not observe any other biological stains on that item. And for item B, the N95 mask, I took a swab from the interior of the mask, and I also took a swab from the exterior of the mask because I had observed a red-brown stain that was presumptively tested and tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
And did you get any results that were relevant to the knowns that you were given?
For the balaclava mask, the partial DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. I compared all 4 people to this as well. Items, so Joshua Zuazo, Hussein Murray, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. I then did a following comparison that based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 166 septillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
People's exhibit that's been numbered 7E.
Would you like me to read the
Oh, I'm sorry.
the N95 mask?
I'm sorry. Yes.
The N95 mask, there were two swabs that were collected. One from the interior of the mask, which was the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. So Joshua Zuazo is excluded as a possible contributor from the DNA results obtained. And then another comparison was completed. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 15.4 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So then moving on to the stain on the exterior of the mask, the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals. Joshua Zuazo is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, is approximately 5.44 trillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Sorry, one more comparison. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 9 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
I'm going to direct your attention to property report number 173005, a white T-shirt. That's going to be People's Exhibit number 7E. Let me approach that exhibit. Do you recognize this exhibit? Does it have your initials?
Yes.
Item number?
Yes.
I don't have it memorized, I'm sorry. It's 173005. And did you examine that white T-shirt that's been labeled exhibit number 7E?
Yes, I did. I collected 2 stains from the white T-shirt. There was a red-brown stain on the exterior of the T-shirt that indicated the possible presence of blood. I collected a sample from this stain. I also took a swab of the interior T-shirt collar for a DNA analysis.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you have any results that were relevant?
For the stain on the exterior of the white T-shirt, the DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 17.2 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So moving on to the other sample that I collected, which was a swab of the interior collar of the t-shirt. I collect this and trying to determine who may have been a user of the t-shirt. The collar swab, the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. I then completed 2 comparisons. The first comparison, based on the DNA typing results, is approximately 1,820 times more likely if the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. The second comparison, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 10.5 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Next, property report number 1729981, which are the brown Timberland boots, which is marked 7A. Do you see that in your report?
Yes, I do.
I'll show you what's marked as Exhibit 7A. This is what you've been introduced. Do you recognize this with your initials on it?
Yes, I tested these 3 separate times, so there are several tape seals with my initials on them.
And can you tell us what part of the boots on this first request did you test?
A sample was collected from the interior right boot for DNA analysis. I also found evidence screening indicated the possible presence of blood on both boots, but another sample was collected from the stain on the exterior of the right boot. So a stain indicating the possible presence of blood was swabbed in addition to the interior of the boot.
And did you get any results that are relevant to this case?
For the interior of the right boot, due to the limited nature of the results from this item, the data is not suitable for comparison purposes, so I did not do any comparisons on this. The stain on the exterior of the right boot, the DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. I then completed comparisons. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 13.2 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
I'll show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 7F. Which are the black Nike shoes. Do you recognize your initials on that?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us, was there anything relevant to this case when you processed those shoes?
So this is item 172992. A sample was collected from the interior of the right shoe for DNA analysis. Evidence screening indicated the possible presence of blood on both shoes, and another sample was collected from a stain on the exterior of the right shoe for DNA analysis. Moving on to my interpretations. From the interior of the right shoe, the partial DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals. I then completed 3 interpretations. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 523 times more likely if the DNA originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 1 unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA results, it is approximately 3.63 times more likely if the DNA originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Carlos Hernandez and 1 unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides limited support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. The last comparison, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 17.9 million times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So moving on to the stain on the exterior of the right shoe, the DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. And one last comparison for this item. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 22.8 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Okay. Are there any other relevant results that you had from your first request?
some items were not tested on this request and they were tested on a future request. I'm not sure if I went through all of the items that were tested on here. Would you like me to go through any more? I don't know. There's a lot of items tested. I don't know how
Items
much.
that have relevant test results. I'm not going to ask you about the irrelevant ones. Defense counsel can ask you if they want to about any of those. I'm just going to ask where we have relevant responses, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to direct your attention to request number 4, exhibit number 10. Directing your attention to property number 172871, the duct tape from the kitchen floor. That's going to be labeled People's Exhibit number 8E. You test that item?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us? Sorry, Judge. Test 8B?
Which one is that?
That duct tape?
The 3 pieces of duct tape that was found in the kitchen?
Yes.
I did test that.
And can you tell us what relevant results, if any, that you found?
There were comparisons to all 4 individuals, if you'd like me to go through and read all of those.
Yes, please.
Okay, so these 3 pieces of duct tape, I received them and still intact. I took a swabbing of all 3 of those items and then obtained a DNA profile, and the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. So all 4 people in this case were compared, so I'm going to read all of them. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 4.95 billion times more likely the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 1.42 million times more likely that the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Carlos Hernandez and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 3.57 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. And based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 947 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Linda Murray and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Linda Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Okay. And my fault, I apologize. I was looking for Exhibit 8B in a smaller bag. It's actually in this box. Do you recognize that with your initials as what you tested?
Yes, it was in the box to ensure the tape did not get squished together in a bag.
I'm going to ask you, did you test property number 172856, which was the duct tape from the victim's hands?
Yes, I took the swab.
That's going to be marked as 8C for the exhibits.
So I took this swab while I was on scene. It was a swab of the duct tape that was wrapped around the victim's hand while I was on scene.
Okay, I'm going to approach with that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what results, if any, you found on 8C?
I cut swab and the DNA results I obtained. The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 18.6 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's property number 172894B, People's Exhibit number 8B. I can approach. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that's your initials on there?
Yes.
Are there any relevant results on People's Exhibit number 8D?
So this item contained the duct tape swabs and additional zip ties that were taken off at the MEs for additional testing. As I had already swabbed the duct tape, that went to our latent print examiner for further testing, but I did DNA testing on the zip tie pieces because those were not viewable during the time of the first swabbing. So those zip tie pieces, the DNA profile is originating from a single male individual. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 14.8 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 8D. Do you recognize that exhibit regarding the zip ties?
Yes.
And you recognize it with your initials?
Yes.
And those zip ties and duct tape, those correspond with property number 172894B.
Yep. That's the zip ties I just read.
And were there any relevant results found there?
Those were the zip tie pieces I just read a moment ago. Those were the relevant results.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 7G.
Mr. Dr. Bassett, 8G.
Judge, can I approach for a second?
Well. Oh, look, he got a new shirt today. It's a blue shirt. He looks like a gumball. Hey, Christine, how are you today? And yeah, and they're letting the jury go, and I imagine it is for a brief break.
We don't know what.
Okay, we're back. So I had to disable a few things in Nightbot because evidently my link tree wasn't working and stuff. So I'll work on all that later, but I disabled a lot of the Nightbot stuff just because right now it's just not working right. So. And I don't know how to turn it off.
All right, for the jury, please.
Okay. I think I got it. Sure, Christine, if you want to. That's fine. It's a Detroit stream. I don't mind.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
So long, I will say this, Christine. I don't mind so long as you give me credit for doing it originally.
All right, before we get started, and we're mid-witness, but I did want to address both jury panels at this time, all right? I know everyone listens differently and listens to testimony. You could maybe leave your head to the side, close your eyes, do something and still be listening. But we're also watching you as jurors, and we want to make sure that everyone's paying attention. If your eyes are closed, we don't know whether or not you are listening, okay? So I'm going to ask that you please keep your eyes open. And obviously that doesn't include blinking or whatever, just kind of our natural things. But there's obviously a lot at stake for everybody involved in this case. So please do everything you can to remain cognizant. And if that means during a break, you raise your hand and you say, I got to go get a cup of coffee, you got to let me out of that jury room. I prefer to hear that. Okay. All right. The next thing I want to address is that we also have to remember that we are to have no contact with anybody that's smiling at anyone outside of your jurors and your peers that are with you. The panel should not be talking with each other. And there's a lot going on here logistically. We've talked about that ad nauseum at this point. Be very careful about who you're talking in front of and who is around you and who you are communicating with. Okay? All right, thank you. Mr. Mayor, come on up. And you remain under oath, so you're witness.
Thank you, Judge. I wanted to pick up where we left off with the last item on your request number 4, which is People's Exhibit number 10. Can you tell us, did you test property number 1729898?
Yes, I did.
That's going to be already introduced, but show to you People's Exhibit number 7G. Do you recognize that as an item that you tested?
Yes, it was a pair of 2 black gloves.
And can you tell us?
My paper bag gets me every time they handle it.
So there was a right glove and a left glove in the packaging. I labeled right glove as A, left glove as B. I only tested the right glove at that time because at some point you have to triage the amount of testing that you're doing for DNA. For the right glove, I took a sample from the exterior of the glove that indicated the possible presence of blood. I took an additional sample that was collected from the interior of the glove for DNA analysis. So for the right glove, the stain on the exterior, the DNA profile from the exterior of the right glove is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 8.08 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and one unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as
I will tell y'all a spoiler alert. A spoiler. Where she is talking right now about numbers and she says the word octillion. Pay attention to the word octillion.
contributors to DNA results obtained.
It will come up
So
again.
the interior of the right glove in which I swabbed, the profile is interpreted as a mixture of 4 individuals, and I conducted 4 different comparisons. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 29 times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides limited support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 262 septillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 177 septillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. And the last comparison, based on the DNA typing results, is approximately 19.3 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Linda Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Linda Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to your lab report, request number 5, which is People's Exhibit number 11. I'm going to ask you, did you test property number 172857, which was the upstairs wall swab, which is People's Exhibit number 8E, if I can show that to you. See if you recognize that as an item that you tested.
Yes.
And can you tell us, were there any relevant results when you tested that item?
For this item, it was a sealed brown paper bag containing 2 upstairs wall swabs that had a apparent red-brown stain. Evidence indicated that the possible presence of blood. I removed a sample for interpretations, and the interpretation was as follows. The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 17.6 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Therefore, Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
Did you have an opportunity to test item number 172859, the black duct tape, which has been labeled as People's Exhibit number 8F? Do you recognize 8F as an item that you tested?
Yes, it is.
And did you test that item?
Yes, I tested this item. I also collected this item when I was on scene. This black roll of duct tape was in the sink down in the basement. I collected a swab from the cardboard area of the duct tape, like in that inner area, and I tried to avoid any red-brown staining that could be indicative of blood. And therefore, the results are the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 4 individuals. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 81.5 million times more likely if the DNA originated from Joshua Zuazo and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 7.19 sextillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 628 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. And the final comparison for this item, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 507 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Linda Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This provides very strong support that Linda Murray is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So if I heard you right, item 8F, the black duct tape, has both defendants' DNA present on that?
Analysis provided very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor, and the analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Did you have an opportunity to test the gray duct tape?
Yes, I did.
People's exhibit number 8G, if I can approach you to see if you recognize that exhibit. Tell us what relevant results that you located on 8G.
Yeah, so this was a brown paper bag containing 1 roll of gray duct tape. This one was located on the floor in the basement. I took the same approach as the other roll of duct tape where I swabbed the interior cardboard area, trying to avoid any areas of red-brown staining. And then I had the following results. The DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 4 individuals. And again, I compared this to all 4 individuals again. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 2,230 times more likely if the DNA originated from Joshua Zuazo and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 1.62 times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Carlos Hernandez and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. Therefore, analysis of this item with regards to Carlos Hernandez is uninformative. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 7.89 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. In the final comparison, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 87.7 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Linda Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Linda Murray is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Okay. So again, the gray duct tape found on the basement floor by the zip ties has both defendants' DNA.
This analysis provided moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA results obtained, but the comparison to Carlos Hernandez was uninformative.
And finally, property number 172981, the brown Timberland boots that have already been discussed as Exhibit 7A. Did you test them again?
I tested them again, and this time I tested the left boot for this request. Previously, I had been only focusing on the right boot. On the left boot, I took a stain on the exterior of the boot, and that was interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals. And based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 245 million times more likely if the DNA originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 1 unrelated unknown individual. This provides strong support, very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Excuse me. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 9.54 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Carlos Hernandez and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. In addition to the exterior stain, I had taken 2 additional samples that were collected. One was from the interior boot and tongue area, and another was from the exterior tongue and shoelaces. Both of the interpretations for this was the DNA profile is not suitable for further interpretation and analysis due to its complexity and unknown number of potential contributors. Therefore, no comparisons can be made to the reference samples.
Your Honor, at this time, the people will move the exhibits we've discussed 8A through 8G into evidence.
I have no objection.
Okay, all right, there.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, cross-exam. All right, walk.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ramirez, my name is Michael McCarthy. I'm the attorney representing Joshua Zuazo. I have some questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony, and if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that. I'll rephrase the question.
Sounds
Okay?
good. Thank you.
The first thing I'd like to address is the terminology that you used after you gave the various calculations or numbers related to various pieces of evidence. There's a chart that is provided with your report that gives a definition of those terms that you use. I'd just like to go through those with you. If there's a likelihood ratio of 0, the qualitative equivalent is exclusion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then if the likelihood ratio is from 1 to 1.99, that qualitative equivalent is uninformative, correct?
That would be correct.
If it goes from the number 2, the 99.9, the qualitative equivalent is limited support, correct?
That is correct.
If it goes from 100 to 9,999, the qualitative equivalent is moderate support, correct?
That is correct.
And if it goes from 10,000 to 999,999, it's strong support, correct?
That is correct.
And then anything from 1 million beyond is very strong support, correct?
That is correct.
Now, we've dealt with a lot of numbers this morning. Some were rather small, but others were up in quadrillions, billions, septillions, and octillions, correct?
That's correct.
So all of those fall into the same range, that last qualitative analysis or equivalent on the scale of very strong support.
That is correct.
But 1 million is not as very strong support as an octillion, correct?
Correct, based on numerical value.
Exactly. Thank you. So I just want to go through a few of these numbers that you provided based upon your analysis. And the thing that I wanted to go back to, first of all, is this N95 mask. That's something that was recovered in Cato Parish, Louisiana, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then it ended up that a detective involved in the investigation of this case brought that to the forensic science laboratory where you're employed, correct?
Yes.
And asked that this testing be done. And the one thing that I noted about it is that Mr. Zuazo was excluded on that, correct?
May I flip to?
Yes, sure. That would be, I believe, in your report 003. And it's item 172991B.
Yes. Joshua Boswell was excluded as a possible contributor to those DNA results obtained.
And it was also found that Mr. Hernandez was the contributor by a substantial quantitative analysis, correct?
For the interior of that N95 mask, the analysis provided very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Thank you. And we have these black Nike shoes, and that's 172992. And there is a conclusion that Mr. Hernandez is, and that's, like I said, the black shoe, he's a contributor to the DNA that was found in the shoe, correct?
Are you talking about the interior or exterior?
Interior.
Interior right shoe. This provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results. And for Carlos Hernandez, this analysis provides limited support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So on the black Nike, neither one of them are contributed to the interior, is that right?
There's support that they are not a contributor. The likelihood ratio is a teeter-totter effect. So there is one hypothesis against the other hypothesis. So you have to think about it as the numerical value indicates how strong they may or may not be a contributor to that result.
And the one person that is a contributor there, 22.8 octillion, was Hussein Murray. Is that correct?
That is jumping to the stain on the exterior of the right shoe.
Yes.
And for that exterior right stain, Hussein Murray had a DNA typing result of 22.8 octillion times more likely if it originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual.
Now, I want to address, and thank you, I want to address 173005, the white t-shirt. On that particular t-shirt, Mr. Zuazo was excluded, correct? As
For
a
the
contributor,
interior color of the shirt.
any part of it.
So on the stain on the exterior of the white shirt, that red round stain I collected, Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray were excluded as possible contributors. On the interior color of the shirt, the analysis provided moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
I mean, there was a contributor that you were able to identify to that same stain there, correct? Or
For the
color?
interior color,
Yes.
the other comparison that was completed for Carlos Hernandez, the analysis provided very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Now, in just the mechanics in your lab, that item came from a detective who brought it to you, correct? And
Yes.
You understood that to be something that was seized from or picked up from the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office, correct?
Correct.
And so that T-shirt, when you received it, you not only did the DNA analysis on the sample that you took from it, but you or someone else in your office took that sample from the shirt, correct?
May I reference what I,
Sure.
how exactly I collected it? So 3055. Yes. So for the collar, I took two wet swabs and swabbed into your collar for DNA. For the red blood stain, I took a small 0.5 by 0.5 centimeter cutting and moved that forward for DNA analysis. There would be additional stain remaining.
This was a large size shirt, like a 6X, correct? White shirt?
If you don't write, in my notes, I have brand HB and size 6XLT.
Thank you. And so that is a fairly substantial shirt, correct? I mean, size shirt.
Yes.
Sir.
And there on the collar, you found Mr. Hernandez DNA. You did not find Mr. Zuazo's DNA anywhere on that shirt, correct?
There was moderate support that Joshua Zuazo was not the contributor to the interior collar of the shirt.
Okay. And so we've got a couple of, I guess, negatives in there. You've got those analysis that lead you to conclude that someone is a contributor, correct? And
He's just wanting her to say that that ain't Zazu's shirt, that it's Carlos's. That Zazu's too small to wear a 5X shirt. We understand, sir. Just say it out loud and quit dancing.
such as the contributor to the bloodstain was Mr. Murray in that case, as far as the white shirt goes, by 17.2. No, I got the wrong one. 17.2 was Mr. Hernandez on the collar, but there was the blood or the dark stain on the white shirt. You analyzed that as well, correct?
Yeah, so the stain on the exterior of the shirt was 17.2 octillion times more likely if it originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. The analysis provided very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So we've got in that shirt, you got very strong support that two individuals contributed to the DNA found on it, Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Murray. And then we have moderate support that Mr. Zuazo is not a contributor, correct?
Yeah, so the samples, because they were processed separately, for the stain on the exterior shirt, that's considered a single source profile. It's separate than the collar of the shirt that indicated a mixture of 3 individuals.
The moderate support that someone is not a contributor, I just want to get an explanation given to the juries about the difference between, being positive is a contributor and being negative is not a contributor. How do we use that scale in order to make that determination about not being a contributor?
So kind of going back to that likelihood ratio, where I said you have one hypothesis on one side and the other hypotheses on the other side of this theoretical teeter-totter. So on one side of the teeter-totter, there's 3 unrelated unknown individuals. And on the other side of the teeter-totter, there's Joshua Zuazo and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. It is indicating there's more support for there to be 3 unrelated unknown individuals, and therefore it's more likely that that is the reason for the statistic, and that is why it provided moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results.
And so this is doing the statistical analysis through some sort of a formula where you come up with the conclusion about moderate support that he is not a contributor, correct?
So all the numerical values that are generated, the verbal statement, that verbal qualifier is very strong, moderate, that is based on our verbal scale that is in all of our notes and all of our reports when we do comparisons. I don't come up with those numbers. Those numbers have been previously determined for our laboratory.
Meaning the numbers are from 0 all the way to 1 million plus.
That is correct.
Okay. But the idea that somebody is not a contributor, I mean, there's no evidence on that T-shirt that Mr. Zuazo is a contributor, correct?
So I think I understand. He is not completely excluded from this mixture. There's still maybe some types within that DNA that could be reason for support that he could be in there, but overall in the entire profile as a whole, it is more likely that he is not a contributor based on the DNA results.
Okay. And so while this isn't an exclusion, you've got nothing other than what you said could possibly be. You've got no evidence to say that he is a contributor, correct?
The statistic did not indicate that he was a contributor.
Okay. And let's talk just a bit about that statistical formula. Can you explain to the jury where these numbers come from and exactly how it is that you do the analysis that gives you that bottom line of either moderate support or excluded or whatever the final determination is?
Would you like me to just explain the software that we're using, or would you kind of like a baseline of all of DNA analysis?
Well, what I'd like for you to explain is the formula. How do we come up, or how do you rather come up with these numbers? What is that formula?
So we use something called StarMix. It's a software that has been validated and used in many forensic laboratories across the country and even globally. I do not come up with the formula. It is given by the software company, and it's a biological modeling software that includes many different factors that a human cannot just simply do. It's a continuous statistical method, so it will have different peaks, how likely different contributors are. So when I'm looking at a DNA profile for interpretation, there are many things that I'm determining. The only thing I do is determine how many people could be within the mixture. That is the only thing I put into the profile or for the StarMix to do. StarMix then has its own algorithm that will produce the statistics, how likely someone could be a contributor. Also going in, it will parse out what types of DNA per person might be part of that contributor itself. I hope that makes sense without a lot of context going into it.
So
I
it
think-
isn't that you sit down.
I think he wants her to dumb it down to like a 6th grade level, and she's not doing that for him. That's what I think. I think he wants her to say, this is what it is, this is what it's not, and she's being too technical for him, I think is the problem here.
With a calculator or a slide rule or a piece of paper and a very sharp pencil to make a calculation, to make a determination of its 1 in 572 octillion chances that it's anybody other than whoever you identify. It's you get this information, you do the testing, the DNA profile is then put into this StarMix program,
That
and
would be
it
correct.
spits out a number.
Yeah, the software has been validated by our agency, and the DNA profile is input. I add in how many contributors I think it is, and the software does the rest of the work for me.
Okay, and just going over that last part, the contribution that you make is you say how many contributors you suspect might be in this sample that is being analyzed. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so that's a hypothesis that, in this case in particular, there's a number of these samples that were submitted that have all 4 names in there: Mr. Zuazo, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Murray, Mrs. Murray. Correct?
Correct.
But you don't know when you start out for sure who it is. Correct?
Correct.
Your DNA analysis really is to get the sample off whatever item is brought to you for analysis, and then take that sample and put it through this StarMix program in order to come up with these numbers. Is that right?
Yeah, I decide how many people could be part of a sample through interpretation. Very, very briefly, you inherit DNA from your mother and your father. So you get one DNA type from your mom, one DNA type from your dad. And when I'm looking at the DNA profile, it looks like peaks. So when I'm looking at an area, you look at 24 different areas, that if there are more than 2 types, there's indication that that's more than 2 people then. And for the most part, your mom and your dad will give you 2 different types, but sometimes they might give you the same DNA type. So when looking at the profiles, if there's 3 or 4 people, I was seeing several different types at several different contributions and percentages. There's a lot of looking at the types and what could be likely for different people contributing different amounts. I have an idea going into the software what might be generated, but the software ultimately incorporates more aspects of biological modeling than I can do as a single person.
Thank you. Now, I think it's to number 5, your report 005, dealing with the black or the brown boots.
Yes.
And in that analysis, as I understood, what you concluded was that Mr. Zuazo was not a contributor to the brown boots. Is that right?
That was from the exterior stain I collected from the left boot.
And isn't it true that there was a collection made from the interior of the boot as well?
Yeah, so the reason the boot was tested all 3 times was every time I collected a sample, I was not able to get a usable profile for comparison purposes. That's why it was tested over and over. Again, I don't know where the DNA is going to be in the boot. I don't know where the best cells will be, quote unquote. I don't know what kind of sample I'm going to get when I'm swabbing an area for DNA. So because of that, I tried a couple different times to get a profile that could be used, and ultimately I was not able to get a profile that could be used for comparison purposes.
And you're talking about the interior of the boots.
That is correct. Interior. For the exterior on both boots, I believe I had comparisons that were completed.
Okay, and in those interiors, there was nothing, so there's nothing to say that those boots had Mr. Zuazo's feet inside of them, correct?
I believe, without going back and looking at my notes, that a couple of those interpretations I had more than 5 people. So another part of our interpretation is we only do statistics with 1 to 4 people. If it looks like it could be more, we don't do any comparisons on that because we don't want to be essentially guessing on how many people may be contributing to the sample. So we do have a cutoff of how many people we will utilize for a comparison in terms of the evidence sample. So when looking at these samples, there might have been a lot of types there, so I wasn't able to determine how many people may be there, or a scenario where there was 5 or more people and we do not do anything with those samples.
And these were timberline boots, correct?
Yes.
They were not any other type. You're quite certain that they're timberline, not Wolverine steel-toed boots.
May I just check my notes to ensure that I'm not misspeaking? Yes, 1 sealed brown paper bag containing 1 pair of tan Timberland boots.
Thank you. Now, one other thing about the DNA analysis that you do on any sample that you receive, on any item of evidence, you're unable to tell when that sample was placed on that item, correct?
That's correct. DNA is definitely more able in helping of who may be a contributor. I don't know why the DNA got there, and I don't know when the DNA was placed there. It's a great tool for assessing who would be a contributor to that DNA profile that I'm looking at, though.
If you had that information about the when.
For the interpretation, it does not matter for us when it happened. We're just
Okay.
looking to see who could be a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers and your testimony, and I have no further questions.
Cross Hernandez.
Safe to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I have a few questions. I know you described to Mr. Petrofesso when he asked how you got known samples. And I believe you described that in some of them you had a swabbing of skin cells inside the mouth, or what we call a buccal swab. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And then you also had, I think, what you called a blood card, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So can you describe to the jury essentially what is DNA? Is it always blood? Is it skin cells? Can you describe that to the jury?
DNA, so deoxyribonucleic acid, it's a genetic material where you inherit it from your parents, from your mom, and from your dad. It can be found in many cells within the body, types such as skin cells, blood cells, like in blood, it's the white blood cell specifically, and in sperm cells, for example. All the same cells will have the same DNA profile that we will obtain for the reference samples.
Okay. So for instance, I could make someone a cup of coffee and I'm touching that coffee mug. So I would probably be leaving some sort of skin cells, correct? It's possible at least.
It's possible. In addition, we also kind of have a statement that goes along with that activity level is what we call it within the DNA world of, can I just read the statement at the bottom of my report?
Sure.
Yeah, so DNA can be deposited and removed in a variety of ways. In addition, its persistence is highly variable given a multitude of factors. Any discussion of the activities that could result in the presence, absence, or persistence of DNA is outside of the scope of this testing. Essentially what that means is I'm more than happy to go through how DNA may or may not be removed, but going through hypotheticals of could this be possible, could this be possible, can be kind of outside of our scope because we are speaking on, myself is speaking on who could be a contributor, not when or how that DNA got there.
Okay. So as Mr. McCarthy asked you, you can't say how it got there. You don't know when it got there or what type of, what part of someone's body touched it to get that DNA there, correct?
That would be a fair statement, yes.
Okay. So in many of these instances, you list that it is a mixture of 2 or 3 individuals, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And obviously you only have a limited amount, I think you had 4 here, of profiles to actually test against what was found, correct?
Yeah, there were the 4 reference samples that were compared to many of the evidence samples.
Okay. So when you list 2 or 3 individuals, obviously if it is not a match for the 4 profiles that you have, you don't know who those other individuals are, right? You can just tell that there are other, I think you said peaks and valleys when you in your examination. Is that correct?
So if those 4 individuals are excluded, that would indicate that another person could have contributed those DNA types.
Okay. So I want to back up a little bit and talk about your involvement at the actual scene. So you were called out. Do you recall what time you were called out?
I don't recall without looking at either like a crime scene report or.
No worries. I believe that you indicated you went with a team or a group of people. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And I believe Ms. Meyer testified yesterday that there was close like 9 or 10 individuals that went. Is that fair to say?
The exact amount would be listed on the report too, of how many individuals. I'm sorry, I can't tell you without looking at the.
I would rather you be certain, so no worries at all. And on that day, what was your specific role?
Evidence collection.
Okay. And obviously we saw when you were asked to open an evidence bag today, you paused and definitely did not want to do that without gloves and a mask, correct?
That is the DNA mindset, so yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So when you are actually at the scene and collecting evidence, are you wearing gloves and a mask?
Yes, I do when I collect items.
And why is that important?
I would ensure that there isn't any contamination or try to prevent any contamination. I do want to point out though, through our DNA processing, there is many steps and many blanks and positive controls throughout each step of our DNA testing that also will be looking for any possible contamination. There was no indication that any of the samples had contamination for this request.
Okay. And when you were collecting the evidence, did you put it into different bags?
Yes,
Why is that important?
and to ensure that items aren't rubbing against one another.
Okay. And what happens when items rub against each other?
That would be along the lines of the possibility of DNA being transferred from one item to another. That is a way that DNA can be deposited and removed.
And can you describe what biological evidence is?
Biological evidence would be a biological fluid, so blood, semen, some type of fluid that comes from the body.
And when you're collecting something with biological evidence on it or suspected biological evidence, do you put that in paper bags or plastic bags?
All biological evidence, especially if I'm collecting it, will be going into paper bags. This way it prevents degradation of the DNA profiles of the possible evidence.
Can you just define degradation?
Yeah, so degradation would be that a profile that normally would be perfect to look at. There might be some missing peaks and some missing areas within that DNA profile if the profile becomes degraded. We may not get a full profile that could be utilized for comparison purposes.
And when you have those biological items that you're collecting that you believe biological evidence is on, do you try to air dry them or what do you do?
Depends on the scenario. If they're highly saturated in blood, we may try to, as in the unit, will try to dry it. If not, because it is in paper, it will still be airing out and not creating moisture in a plastic bag that would be likely to cause that degradation.
So obviously putting an item that is wet with biological evidence on it in the same package as something that is dry, there could be a transfer of biological evidence, correct?
That would be a possible way for DNA to be deposited or removed, yes.
On the day that you were there collecting the evidence, who made the call of what evidence was collected?
That's a good question. I believe there have been conversations between the detectives and upper command and Val Malira, who was the lead investigator on that scene.
Okay. Do you remember seeing a weight around Mr. Murray's, where Mr. Murray was found?
I do believe, yes, there was a weight. I believe under the body-ish.
Okay. Did you collect the weight?
I did not collect that weight.
There was testimony yesterday from a responding deputy that found a swab of blood, and that is on the handrail and the wall at the very top leading down to the basement. I don't note that anywhere in your report. I don't see that in any of the photos. Do you know if you located that area? And if you did locate it, did you test it?
On the handrail going into the basement?
Yes.
Can I look at my,
Absolutely.
it's the crime scene processing reports to see exactly what I collected. Is that okay?
If that refreshes your recollection, yes. Just let me know when you've completed. No rush.
So I collected DNA from at the scene of large zip ties, from small zip ties. I collected apparent blood on a shutter on the basement floor, another one from the side of a box on the basement floor, there's a sink faucet on the basement floor, and I had also collected DNA from the duct tape around the victim's hands, Hussein Murray. That appears to be the only DNA swabs that I collected while I was on scene.
Okay. Do you have any recollection if any of the on-scene officers directed you to that presence of blood at the top of the stairs in the basement?
I don't recollect.
Okay. Now, if you did not specifically collect the items, like the items you just listed, you testified that you were also provided items that were found by another police department. Do you remember that?
Yes, that was part of the request for the DNA processing.
Okay. When you are given these items, are you given some sort of report that details where these specific items were found?
In the request for testing form, I believe that the location described was from the vehicle that Carlos was in. I don't have any more information based on that request form.
Okay, so not specifically found in front seat, found in back seat, found in bag, nothing like that.
I can check real quick if you want me to see.
If it refreshes your recollection, please do.
It says located in Carlos' vehicle when arrested in LA, Louisiana, I assume.
Okay, so not specific, but a general.
Yes.
Okay. I want to go over some items that were not mentioned by Mr. Pachvesa or Mr. McCarthy. Can you look at your item? I have it in your dated 3-3 report. It is item number 172897A. I believe it's 8 nail clippings, left hand.
Request number 0004. Okay. Item 1789 or 172897A.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that's 8 nail clippings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe why that is something that's important? Why nail clippings?
Nail clippings can be probative information to see potentially if a foreign profile that is other than the victim may be present.
Okay. And who took the nail clippings?
That would be the medical examiner, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. And am I correct in stating that Mr. Hernandez was excluded as a contributor?
So for the left nails, 172897A, the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals with Hussein Murray as an assumed contributor. I believe this is the first time talking about assuming a contributor. People can be assumed within the likelihood ratios if it's coming from something that is more intimate. So by coming off of a victim's hand, if I see that the victim's profile is present, I will assume that in the hypotheses. So Hussein Murray was assumed, and for Joshua Zuazo and Carlos Hernandez, they were excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results. And then I also did a comparison to Linda Murray. Do you mind if I read that?
Absolutely not.
So based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 286 billion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and Linda Murray Then if it originated obtained.
Okay. Now let's move on. I have this in your 1119 report. It's item 173003. Should be a pair of black joggers. And I want to talk about A specifically.
Yes.
So A, I believe you tested what you believed was a stain on the exterior, correct?
Yeah, so I took 2 samples from the joggers. One was a stain on the exterior that indicated the possible presence of blood, and I took another sample from the interior waistband of the joggers.
Okay, so let's talk about A specifically, stain on the exterior. Were you able to find any DNA profiles?
So in this scenario, and I have more notes further in here too, no DNA profiles were obtained from this item. And if you don't mind me flipping to what I stated exactly.
Can you just tell me what you're looking at? Because that looks like a page that I don't have.
These are the notes associated with all of our DNA testing.
Understood.
So there was part of the DNA process is we determine if there's a quantity of DNA present in a sample. This sample did have a quantity of DNA, so that's why it was moved forward. But then when I got to the final part of getting the DNA profile, no profile was obtained, and a hypothesis would be that because a cutting was taken, like I actually took a physical small cutting from these black joggers, that the dyes in fabric can sometimes inhibit DNA from DNA, possible black fabric cause inhibition. So this means that maybe the dyes in the fabric interacted with the chemistries that we utilize in the laboratory, and therefore no profile was obtained for this sample.
Understood. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Very briefly, just to follow up on a couple of questions both of the attorneys asked. Is the Oakland County lab accredited?
Yes, we are.
What does that mean to be accredited?
We are accredited through a body called ANAB, which is ANSI National Accreditation Board. The ANSI portion stands for the American National Standards Institute.
Okay, and your software is approved to use for your DNA analysis? This is not something you downloaded off the internet last week, right?
So in addition to the ANAB accreditation, the DNA section also has a QAS standard, quality assurance standards, that is mandated by the FBI that we have to follow in order to utilize CODIS. So therefore, all of our DNA processing is done by FBI standards. Everything we do is validated. Nothing is just used as soon as we get it.
And I believe you spoke to one of the attorneys about the controls that are in place to try to make sure everything is correctly done. What did you mean by controls?
So at each step of the DNA process, extraction to begin with, quantification at the second step, amplifying those areas of DNA that are utilized to look at a DNA profile. At each of these steps, there's a positive and possibly negative control that are associated with. If there's any indication of a quantity of DNA in a blank, I myself will go through and ensure that could there be contamination, where did it come from? And another person will then technically review all the work that I do to ensure that they also agree with the findings that I have.
And you would agree with me that the presence of DNA means that there is some sort of physical connection between both the person and the item at some point in time. Is that correct?
The DNA had to have been deposited in some way, shape, or form.
Okay. The absence of DNA, on the other hand, does not mean there wasn't contact. It's just mean that there wasn't a presence through DNA left on the item.
Yeah, DNA can also be removed based on a variety of ways as well.
Okay. Hypothetically, if somebody was to go for a jog in their tennis shoes and they sweated for an hour and they were doing that barefoot, there may be DNA inside that tennis shoe. Is that correct?
Based on DNA principles of coming in contact with something else and leaving a fluid, you may be leaving DNA behind.
Okay. Now, if I had a layer of socks, would then that potentially lower the ability to have DNA there that would have been there had there been no socks?
It kind of goes into that activity level of how likely DNA is or is not deposited. I don't know exactly how much that might be impacted, but that would be a hypothetical yes.
Okay. If I was to wear gloves, that would also potentially impact the leaving of DNA. Is that correct?
Depending on what could be on the exterior of the gloves, that would be something to consider.
Okay. If I wear 10 pairs of gloves, that would make it even less likely to leave DNA.
It would still depend on that very most exterior pair of gloves, what was on the exterior of that to be leaving DNA behind.
Okay. And you talked about samples that are left too long in certain environments can degrade. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
Samples that were there can also be destroyed. Is that correct?
Depending on if the DNA was removed, that would be a consideration of being destroyed.
Let's say, does fire destroy DNA?
Yes, I can. For sure.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, you missed that down. Thank you.
Can this witness be excused?
I have no objection, right?
No, all right, you're excused. Thank you. What's the plan? Who do you got next?
Would you like to do lunch?
Who do you got next?
I believe we have. Yes. We have a deputy. We have a deputy that I think is outside.
Okay, so they're going to go to
I
lunch.
think he went to lunch.
All right, I guess we'll take
But-
lunch too. It's 12:30. Be back.
They're going to go to lunch.
All right.
But we're going to see something happen first. Keep in mind, remember I told you about the octillion problem?
Oakland County Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Yasmin Cole is presiding.
Good afternoon. You may be seated.
Your Honor, recalling the case of People versus Joshua Zuazo, case number 2024-291950-FC, and People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291945-FC.
John Petrofessa and Andrew McGarrow on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Michael McCarthy, P3016, appearing on behalf of the Joshua Zuazo. Mr. Zuazo standing to my left.
All right.
Hello, Sheila Lawson on behalf of Carlos Hernandez, who's standing to my right.
Okay, all right. I see everyone. Welcome back. We have to address a juror. The court did receive an email. You guys can be seated now. The court did have an off-the-record conversation with the attorneys just to let them know that today on October 2nd, 2025 at 1:12 p.m. I was in my chambers. An email came through from who I believe is juror in juror pool B. I do believe he's juror in C2. I'll read, I've already discussed the contents of it with the attorneys. I'll read it on the record once juror in C2 is here so everyone can hear the correspondence, as there could be no private communication between the court and the jurors at this time. All right, let's bring in then in jury pool B, C2.
Okay, bring the juror. Come on. The juror's walking slow. They think they're in trouble.
Hi there, juror pool B, C2. Have a seat, sir. All right, well, I had an off-the-record conversation with the lawyers about the email that you sent to me. I can't express my level of frustration enough. All right, I think I made it very clear through all my instructions throughout that there should be no communication whatsoever with anyone involved in this case. That also includes me. All right, you are a sworn juror. That is a very important task. So all the parties are going to be aware of what the email says. So I'm going to read it into the record so that everyone is aware. The email was received today, October 2nd, 2025 at 1:12 p.m. It says, Your Honor, it is an honor being chosen to participate in doing my duty as a citizen in your courtroom. I am a juror in juror pool B in this week's case. However, I wanted to send you a formal complaint about the juror handling. Tuesday and Wednesday, I asked about receiving some sort of jury schedule so I could accommodate my work and personal life outside of court. They said they'll let me know. No reply, no recognition to the question. Thursday, today, during the beginning of today's trial in the morning, I was very hot and sweating in the courtroom. Luckily, you called an early 20-minute break. I asked the handler if I could go really quick to my car to change out of a shirt that I had in my car. The handler said, give me 5 minutes, I'll let you know. She never came back and only came back to let us back in the courtroom. I told her, why did you ignore me? And she said, oh, you can't go until lunch. I said, you said you'd let me know in 5 minutes. We've been on break for about 30 minutes where I could have changed my shirt. She replies, I'm letting you know now. Clearly, my comfort hygiene in the courtroom is not her priority, nor my question. The juror handling experience personally has been very poor and not considerate of any questions or requests. At the end of the day, I was chosen to be a juror, and I'm happy.
Okay, this was not what I thought. I thought this was when they Googled octillion. Hold the phone. You know what, y'all? I know we're here just because we're here. I'm rewinding this because I cannot believe this is happening.
Wednesday, I asked about there should be no communication whatsoever with.
So this juror, I didn't see all this. Y'all know I watch this shit blind. I live react every time. I knew that there was a problem with the word octillion. There is a juror with the word octillion. I don't know if this is going to roll into that, but that's all I'd seen was there was trouble with the word octillion. What is happening? He wrote, you're not supposed to have communication with the judge like this. He sent her an email.
Anyone involved in this case, that also includes me. All right, you are a sworn juror. That is a very important task. So all the parties are going to be aware of what the email says, so I'm going to read it into the record so that everyone is aware. The email was received today, October 2nd, 2025 at 1:12 p.m. It says, Your Honor, it is an honor being chosen to participate in doing my duty as a citizen in your courtroom. I am a juror in Juror Pool B in this week's case. However, I wanted to send you a formal complaint about the juror handling. Tuesday and Wednesday, I've asked about receiving some sort of jury schedule so I could accommodate my work and personal life outside of court. They said they'll let me know. No reply, no recognition to the question. Thursday, today, during the beginning of today's trial in the morning, I was very hot and sweating in the courtroom. Luckily, you called an early 20-minute break. I asked the handler if I could go really quick to my car to change out of a shirt that I had in my car. The handler said, give me 5 minutes, I'll let you know. She never came back and only came back to let us back in the courtroom. I told her, why did you ignore me? And she said, oh, you can't go until lunch. I said, you said you'd let me know in 5 minutes. We've been on break for about 30 minutes where I could have changed my shirt. She replies, I'm letting you know now. Clearly, my comfort hygiene in the courtroom is not her priority, nor my question.
Yeah.
The juror handling experience personally has been very poor and not considerate of any questions or requests. At the end of the day, I was chosen to be a juror and I'm happy to do my duty. But anytime I've asked the personnel a question or request, they've essentially ignored. They only speak to you to let you in and out of the room. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and you signed your name to it, sir. I'm not going to read your name into the record as of right now due to the court indicating that I would only call jurors by their seat number, and that's for purposes of judicial economy, so juror in seat 2 has signed this. All right, so there's a lot of questions that come from this, all right? So I guess to be clear, the members that are helping jurors come in and out are employees of the courthouse. They are not handlers. I instruct them to ensure that the jurors remain in a safe place.
He called them handlers. That was funny. I was kind of put off by that too. And she certainly didn't like him calling them handlers either.
And together, and we discussed the possibility of security concerns regarding my hallway, having 2 additional chambers. Those individuals don't have the capacity or frankly, they're not in a position to allow you to go to your car. It is not something that they are personally holding against you. They're simply following the court's instruction. I was also clear about my instruction that there should be no communication with those persons. If there's anything that needed to be communicated with, it would be in the courtroom, in the presence of everyone, as there could be no conversations had among anyone unless it's out here where we're video recording and everything I'm saying is on the record right now, okay? So it's not a personal attack on you, but there's concerns now based on the fact that you sent me an email. I know my email is readily available online. My assumption is in order to get my email, you would have to Google me to get that. So our number one question here is, how did you receive my email address?
Through the internet.
Okay, so you did use your electronic device then to search my name?
Yes.
And based on that search, what information, if any, were you able to retrieve?
Just your email on like a directory kind of page.
Was that on the Oakland County page?
Yes.
All right. Was there anything else associated with this court or my name that came up in that internet search as it relates to this case? Okay. All right. So before I let the lawyers ask questions, because they have a right to do it, do you understand everything I've shared with you as to why there could not be a release at the time, even though you asked for it, and even though you're asking for certain information to be communicated with me? Do you understand why that's not being done?
I just, I understand I was wrong in the procedure of contacting you in general. But I thought if there was something during the court that you said, let the person know if you really got to leave the room or do so, let them know. So
okay, so maybe there could be some confusion about that. I agree. I know I said like you can raise your hand. I'm basically saying with me though, because we're all out here together, there should be no communication with those people. Their job is to make sure that you guys are safe and kept together and they're following the court's instructions. And there's so much going on in a 20-minute break. I wish.
Why did they cut the sound? Y'all don't do that to us. We are being Medici. Why? Oh my goodness, they cut the sound. We can't hear the rest of it. Oh, y'all, I'm upset. She said, thank you. I don't know what happened. They cut the sound. Damn it.
All right, you can be seated. Before we bring back in the jury panels, obviously, Mr. Zuazo doesn't, it's not his juror, so I don't know if there's going to be a position taken, but I'll hear positions from either parties regarding juror seat number 2 remaining. I will tell you my thoughts. My thoughts are, is the court is confident that this email was in no way biased towards one party or another. It didn't say anything like we had a situation with another juror that obviously we're all aware of, like I know a family member or I can't be fair. This is someone simply complaining about the process, being potentially new to the process. Myself and the lawyers are obviously doing this all of the time. It sounds like this is something new to the individual who thought that it would be a good idea to reach out to the court. But I don't think that biases the person for one side or another. I do believe juror seat number 2 when he says that by Googling the court, the only thing that appeared would be not news stories associated with this case. I don't think that's uncommon. I think that it's likely that if you were to Google me right now, the first thing that's going to show up is the Oakland County Directory and then potentially other articles of other matters that I've been involved in. I don't think the news stories and the court's name have caught up to each other at this time. Of course, I could be wrong, so I'll hear from everybody.
People agree with what the court just indicated.
May I have a few moments?
Sure.
Ma'am, it's out there. Okay, y'all, I'm telling y'all, there was a problem. Somebody
Your Honor, I have
Googled.
had enough time to speak with my client, although I do believe he had inappropriate contact and did outside research. My client is desiring to keep him as a juror.
Okay, all right, does your client want me to address the other jurors in that panel to see if he's had any conversation with them about the Google? I know he indicated he didn't, but I'm happy to inquire if you see fit.
I think that may be appropriate.
Okay, all right, so let's just bring in jury panel 2. B,
Holy.
all of B.
I didn't know all this happened, guys. I just caught them about Googling the word octillion. So I'm
Here right now. We'll be bringing back the other panel momentarily, but I do have a question to this panel, and if you could just show me by a show of hands whether or not this occurred. It has come to our attention that potentially someone may have used the internet to Google information about this court. It was primarily done to receive contact information for the court, but I just want to know whether or not any of you had learned about that or had a conversation regarding what was either reviewed when that, if and when that was done. Can you show of hands? Yes, sir.
I looked up the word octatrillion just to figure it out, but I don't know if that was what you're talking about.
Okay, all right. Yes,
I looked at you.
okay.
here
All
it
right,
came.
okay. We cannot do that, all right? So if you, sometimes the lawyers, as they've said to you and in my instructions, you are going to be curious about
Ma'am, we are
given to
no.
you through evidence, which is direct testimony, cross-examination testimony, or any exhibits admitted into evidence. A Google search as to what, I can't even say the word, is not appropriate, because whatever that search gave, information it gave you is not evidence. Are you going to be able to set that aside?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just say for the record, we're 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, juror in C 12. All right, so what information when you Googled that word, can you tell me the word again?
And I think it was octatrillion.
Octatrillion. What did you learn when you Googled octatrillion?
It was a pretty big infinitive number.
Okay,
And very, very way past a billion and trillion and all that.
okay,
I just never heard it, and I was kind of trying to understand what it meant.
okay. That's exactly what we cannot do as jurors.
Sure.
Only information that we receive is received here in court, okay?
Sure.
And then 5, 6, you Googled me.
What? Y'all unmute her. They Googled what? Who Googled what?
The court, basically. I was just wondering how long you can judge. Okay, all right. And I promise you, we'll all get an opportunity to talk when we're done, and I can answer any questions about myself personally. When you looked up that information, did you see any newspaper articles or any news as it relates to this case? Okay.
I can't hear her. They need to stop muting her. Okay. Well,
Be seated. Thoughts?
I have no concerns, Judge.
If I can have a moment to call appellate counsel, I'm not sure at this point. Obviously, a juror has admitted that he's doing outside research, and that gives me some pause.
Okay, and so let's just kind of break that down. I'll absolutely give you an opportunity to call appellate counsel. Juror in seat 2, we're all satisfied at this point. Didn't talk to anybody else about history, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Juror 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Juror 6 did a Google search of the court, and I'm also satisfied that the information that was received was essentially any directories or potentially other articles that the court's been involved in, but not in this case. Is everyone satisfied with
Agreed,
that?
Judge.
I agree. I actually looked up your name, and the first thing that came up was the Oakland County Circuit Court webpage, and I did not see any news stories on the first page.
Okay, I'm glad you did that because that's my understanding as well. Your concern now is juror in seat 12's potential research regarding what that number is,
Yes.
and that he's otherwise admitted to that using an electronic device, which is contrary to what the jury instructions allows you to do in order to research a piece of evidence that was admitted in the trial.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so would you like your client, how long would you like a break for?
I would say just 5 to 10 minutes. I believe my contact would be available by phone, and I don't think it would be hard to reach her, so I just need to have a quick conversation.
Okay, all right, so we'll take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
I will go off the bench, but everyone else is gonna remain.
Understood.
Okay.
And I have permission to step outside. Of course. Thank you.
okay.
All right.
So with that, we're going to Zoom. Okay. I guess they figure it out because they carry on with trials, so they don't have a lot of jurors they can lose, I don't think.
All right, the jury, please.
I know. How can they not be? I mean, they were.
Ms. Walton, I want to just see you up here, everybody.
And immediately go to a sidebar.
Electronic devices to communicate with the court, do any independent research on your own, even if it's things that you don't think are important or don't think have anything to do with the case, researching the court, myself, or any of the attorneys, as you can inadvertently pull up a story that has something to do potentially with this case, and that would therefore make you an inappropriate juror. So we all have our cell phones, we always walk around with them, we all have them with us. They're not to be used unless they are used for something that has nothing to do with the court. So while you're here, don't use your electronic devices for any purpose.
It is
other
sad
than
that she has
answering
to
emails
preach
or
to them
communicating with
about
family and
this.
friends, all right, during your breaks.
They should know better.
The other instruction I want to give at this time is if you have heard or learned any information outside of the court through research on your own through an electronic device, you must set aside any information that you learned. The only evidence that you are to consider when you go back to deliberate is evidence that was properly admitted into court. As I indicated previously, evidence that is properly admitted into court is evidence by witnesses who are sworn to tell the truth, that lawyers are able to cross-examine, and any other documents or exhibits or reference materials that the court admits into evidence. Nothing else is to be considered during your deliberations. All right, let's get going, Mr. Petrobasa. What do you got next?
You're called Gerardo Saucedo.
You can just get in that witness stand, stay standing, raise your right hand, and get you sworn in. Do you swear affirm the testimony that you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and then tell us your name.
Gerardo Saucedo.
My witness, thank you. And sir, can you spell your first name and your last name for us?
Gerardo, last name Saucedo.
And sir, how are you employed?
Self-employed.
Okay, and your self-employment, what is that?
I'm a graphic artist.
Okay, do you own a shop?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
and what kind of shop is that?
Sign shop.
Okay, and what's the name of that shop?
Mr. Boulevard Signs.
Okay, where's that located?
Southwest Detroit, Michigan Avenue.
Okay, and how long have you been in business?
About 25 years.
Okay, it's same location?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and as a shop owner, what are some of the things that you provide to customers?
T-shirts, business cards, magnetics, banners, anything to do with advertisement.
So if a customer comes in and gives you something they want blown up or made to a sign. Okay, and at some point in October of 2024, did you have to reach out to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And why did you have to do that?
because I had made up some magnetic signs, and then I heard on the radio, then I heard on the news that possibly there had been some kind of crime committed, and I wanted to clear my name, that make sure, I was not involved in it.
Okay. And you said you had to make some magnetic signs. What type of signs were those?
For DTE.
Okay. And do you recall what time of year this was at?
What time of year?
Yeah, was it?
It was, I think like fall or something, no?
Fall 2024?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And is your shop equipped with cameras?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you send video clips of that transaction or things that you were going to make for that particular customer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, at this time, the people are moved to mid and all the shop go to 18A.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
And-
amazing.
Yeah, and sir, thanks. It's going to pop up on that monitor. Just have you take a look at that when it pops up and may ask you some questions, okay?
Yeah, close the mic. I'll wait for a customer, and he just left. Do you have like the 18 by 24 or all 12 by 24? Maybe 6 months. So what do you charge for the 18 by 24 like magnet decal inside the car? Out there, you're looking at, I'm sure that's not the guy. But these are 12 by 24s. But 18 by 24s are about 30 for fair. That's not 12. I need 3 of them. Okay, so 18 by 24s? Yeah. I do pretty for about 60.
And sir, what is that item that you're showing the customer?
I'm sorry?
What is that you're showing the customer? What item?
It was a magnetic for another customer supposed to be picking up their order. So it was a sample, basically.
Okay. And up there in that, you can see in the top left corner, is that a timestamp of when that video was taken?
Yeah.
And what is that date on there?
October 4th, 2024.
So our contract for DTE is all that same DTE on there. And then it's gonna be white with a blue letter or white with blue. Would it be possible for you to go like this? Do you want that? And then that just basic ones. Yeah, we because they charge, they want a lot for them. It's easier to get.
And sir, do you recall what he was showing you on your phone at the time?
It was the DTF. I was looking at his phone right now. It looked like impact font, DTF letters.
DTF or?
I mean, what?
Would it be DTE?
DTE. Thank you.
And that was just the customer showing you
What do you want it? I'm sorry.
And your phone address? 873-873-5275. You want me to do it in my name and I'll get it? No matter. Just put it on my own. So you want all three of them talking to my 24? Yeah. You said how many? Other people, all people. 201. So like 2 DTE and then the one with like the little anyway. You want me to send it to you or something? Yeah. All right, you want to read it from the phone. Or what is it? You want 3? You want 3? What is it now? What is it now? What is it? All right, I sent you over. What's that? Do you want to take care? And I got a question. Yeah. Back in the day, you'd be a large shop. That was you too? Guys come here to get them by spray paint tints, and I used to get like the little rims for my bike. Yeah, everything. I remember my Thunderbird. My yellow truck. I remember the yellow truck. You just sold it with that about 2 weeks come through. I still have it. And this is the only place we can get cash. Nobody else has it. And you know what? I'm so busy, man. I'm this, I'm social business, and then I'll work for a county, and then we've got this. Yeah. Mexican import store in Lincoln Park. Yeah, we were in college out there, you know. And man, it's okay. I know I'm gonna regret, but right now the time to be open up that I can't too much shit. What is this year? Me and my son went down south, we bought people trucks for the snow business, so we've been back and forth out of town. And then we got a truck in the garage, we're getting a makeover, I sold some of my old trucks into the car, so right, we play our inside and out, and interior, both of you, and all that, and all that shit. I still remember the store. But actually, my store used to be 2 buildings over. That was my office, and all of this used to be the garage. Yeah, later on here, where we heard that. Yeah, I'm gonna send you thumbs up, something like that. All right. Yeah, I got this one, and I got that one. Just basically double the one there. All right, man, I appreciate you. All right, sir. Good to see you again. As soon as you're ready, go here. I'll give you money that I'll make an application. I'll order off. All right, thank you, sir. All right, have a good weekend.
Yes, sir. That person that came to your store on October 4th, 2024, have you made DTE signs for him? Is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please identify by something he's wearing?
I'm sorry?
Can you identify him by something that he's wearing?
Oh, blue shirt.
Around the record reflect the card ID has been made to Mr. Hernandez.
The record reflect the witness has identified defendant Hernandez.
And sir, did you make those products that Mr. Hernandez used?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I saw in the video that did you take Mr. Hernandez's phone number?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you able to communicate with Mr. Hernandez through that phone number that he gave you?
Yeah, I think maybe after I might have designed the artwork, I might have sent it to him for approval.
And you had communication with him with that phone number that he gave you in the shop that day on the 4th?
Yes.
Now, the people are going to move to admit published people 17A, B, C, and D at this time.
A, B, C, and D. Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. There.
And so they're going to pop up on your screen and let me know if you recall this. This is people 17A. Is this a text message that you would have sent to Mr. Hernandez and one that you would have given the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And is that you in the blue sending a message? Is that your message?
Yes.
Okay. And the white would be Mr. Hernandez's response?
Yes.
And this is 17B. Is this right here? Is this you sending designs or potential designs over to Mr. Hernandez?
I would think so.
Okay. And this thumbs up, would that be an approval for Mr. Hernandez based on the design that you sent him?
Yes.
And is this more communications? Mr. Hernandez asking you if you were able to get that centered?
Yes.
Okay. And then that's him replying, thank you?
Yes.
And then is that him asking, will they be ready today?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you advising him when they'll be ready?
Yes.
And lastly, what is this a text message of?
I'm showing him a sample. His order's ready to be picked up.
And that was the final product that you were making for Mr. Hernandez?
Correct.
Okay. And just based on based on this final communication you had with him, just Mr. Hernandez come back in that store and pick up the item that he had you make?
Yes, it was him, I think.
Okay. And on that day he goes to pick up, was your store still outfitted with cameras?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, people are moved to the then published People's 18B.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
And sir, can you tell me, would that be an accurate time and date stamp for this picking up of the signs?
Yes, I would think so.
And what date is that?
October 9th, 2024.
Thank you.
Thank you, all right? Now, we should be saying about these. When you install them in your truck, now when I cut these, I cut them around the corner, 2 reasons. That when you're driving the freeway all out, the wind won't get underneath there, not now, no, okay. But when you wash your truck, actually make sure you clean your truck good, clean these up real good, and make sure there's nothing, hang on, a couple of dust in here. That little couple of dust, cause a little fucking nipple, that'll fall out there, something there, blow it up. Okay? So there goes your back one. And 2 side ones. All right? All right, thank you, sir. Well said, do something else, keep a smile. Absolutely will. All right, take care, have a good one.
And sir, is the same person who came in to pick up the signs on the 9th, is that the same person who dropped off what he wanted done on the 4th too?
Yes.
Okay. And that item that he was picking up, are those magnets that you can stick on a truck?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And at that time, when this transaction was occurring with pickup, did you have any concerns about what those were going to be used for?
He told me as a contractor. I get plenty of contractors come to me often, and I'm here for advertisement.
It wasn't, and it's fair to say that it wasn't until you saw news reports about the particular incident that this sparked a memory for you.
Actually, I was driving home from work, and I'm always listening to news radio, and I heard about this sad incident that happened, and it clicked in my head right away. Man, I just done some magnetic signs, and I hope there's no tie between them. So I went home. I'm having dinner, and I turned the TV on, and now I saw it on the news, and I told my wife, I says, I think I might have, been involved in this, unfortunately.
And then
when you talk to your wife and you explain that, is that when you decide to contact the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
No, I called my attorney right away, and he's the one that advised me to.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Wow. I mean,
Zuazo.
to be involved in this incident in that way and totally oblivious to it, and you hear something on the news about it, I'd be like, okay, wait a minute. Do I say anything? Hell yeah, I say something because I don't want to be involved in this. And that's exactly, he's like, I talked to my wife. Smart man. He talked to his wife first.
Mr. Saucedo, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I have a few questions to ask you, sir. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, and then I'll rephrase the question, all right?
Yes.
Now, that first exhibit that we looked at, the first video we looked at, that was admitted as Exhibit 18A, is when the person you've identified as Mr. Hernandez made the order for obtaining the DTE Energy signs.
Correct.
And that happened on the 4th day of October last year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, there was a person that came into that office or your showroom, your store, with him and left with him.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember seeing that person?
It was a female.
It was a woman there. And did you ever seen that woman before?
I've never seen either one of them before.
Okay. But you do recognize Mr. Hernandez to be the man that was in your store making that purchase. Is
Now
that
it's
right?
video, yes.
Okay. And the woman, is that the same woman that came in with him?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen her come in on the video, so yes. I mean, but if I was to see her in the street right now, I wouldn't be able to identify her.
I understand that. But he came with a woman.
Correct.
He
They both walked in
conducted
together.
some business with you in order to make the purchase or to make the order.
Right.
And then he left, and the woman left with him. Is that correct?
They came in as a couple, they left as a couple.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Prosecutor Hernandez.
I have no questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down, sir.
And make this with the speaker.
I have no objection.
Could this, could,
Danielle Diaz. Judge, if I could approach this with the attorneys just for logistical.
so, could this also be part of her possible involvement? She was there with him, so she knew in advance he was doing this and planning this because she was there. I don't know for facts that that was his wife there with him, but I'm just asking questions. Inquiring minds want to know. I mean, we know that she has something to do with his running, and she's being possibly charged with criminal charges. There's nothing been set in stone yet, but it sure does pique one's mind.
Yes.
Your witness.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
This is not easy being here. Am I right on that?
Correct.
Okay. We've met once before today, and that was in district court at the preliminary examination. Good afternoon.
I didn't hear her name.
Yes.
Your witness.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
This is not easy being here. Am I right on that?
Correct.
Okay. We've met once before today, and that was in district court at the preliminary examination. You remember us meeting then?
Yes.
And that was the first time we've ever met face-to-face?
Yes.
And today's the second time we've ever met face-to-face?
Yes.
You testified at the preliminary examination? You recall that?
Yes.
You were placed under oath and you testified there?
Yes.
Okay. Since that time, I think we've had maybe one or two phone calls in the last couple of weeks regarding the logistics of getting you here because you notified us that you had had a surgery. Is that fairly correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were going to have difficulties driving here because of the obvious surgery, so you needed a ride. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Correct.
And then we met again probably an hour ago just to talk about testifying and what to expect. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
You have a connection with a woman named Amanda Diaz?
Amanda Hernandez, my daughter.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Does she officially take Hernandez at this point?
Yes.
Okay. But before that, she was Amanda Diaz.
Correct.
Okay. And how are you related to her?
She's my daughter.
And how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
55.
You're going to have to.
Oh, 55.
And you need to speak up very loud for the folks in the first and second row.
Okay.
And how long has your daughter been married to Carlos Hernandez?
This might become interesting.
It's been a little over a year now, like a year and today's
A
the
little
second.
over a year?
A year and a month, yes.
Okay. And prior to that time, were you aware that they had been seeing each other?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you think it was, if you go back in time from today's date, not from the last time you testified, but from today's date back, how many years do you think it was that you first knew of Carlos Hernandez being in your daughter's life?
I believe it's like 3 years.
And do you see Carlos Hernandez in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Carlos Hernandez in a blue polo.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant?
Record reflect the witness has identified defendant Hernandez.
And can you tell us, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
And where are you employed?
At Home Depot,
Okay, which Home Depot are you employed at?
Telegraph Road,
And how long have you worked for Home Depot?
27 years.
Do you have a residence that you've lived at?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I don't want to know the address,
Okay.
but what city is that house located in?
Lincoln Park.
Going back in time, was there a point in time when your daughter Amanda was living up here in Michigan before she moved down to Texas?
Yes.
Okay, when was it your best guess that when she was living full-time in Michigan before she moved to Texas?
Like she, I don't know, maybe a year and a half, 2 years, because she moved down to Texas prior to any, she lived down there for a while.
And your daughter, does she have a child?
Yes,
And is the child fathered by Mr. Hernandez or somebody else?
someone else,
Okay, is that somebody else, somebody who lives in Michigan or lives in Texas?
Texas.
And how old is that child now?
He will be 4.
Larry,
Yes.
I'm having a difficult time hearing, and I'm concerned that the jury sitting in front.
I hear her just
You
fine.
guys here? You guys are good? Okay, just try to raise your voice.
Okay.
Because we understand it's difficult.
Is it fair to say you're very close to your grandchild?
Very.
Okay, and you take care of him or her?
Him.
You take care of him when needed, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, if your daughter was to leave the house, would they get an outside babysitter or would you be,
I would be the person.
okay? And your daughter Amanda, did she have, going back in October of 24, did she have a residence that was out of state?
Yes.
And what city was that?
Katy, Texas.
Was that a house or an apartment?
A house.
Did they rent or own it?
Rent.
Okay. And would she and the defendant come back and forth to Michigan to visit?
Once they went down, they didn't. I think they were there until the wedding.
Okay. And we're talking, the wedding was what year? 2024?
2024.
Okay. And when they would come back to town, meaning Amanda and the defendant, would they stay with you or would they stay with other folks?
With me.
Would they ever stay with other folks or was it always with you?
No.
When
with
they
me.
came up from Texas, did they fly or drive?
Drive.
Did you, were you aware what type of vehicle they were driving?
Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Was it white in color?
Yes.
When they had returned here from Texas about a year or so ago, was there a wedding that took place?
Yes.
Okay, and that was the wedding between your daughter and the defendant, is that correct?
That was their wedding.
And you had involvement with that wedding?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have involvement and any knowledge of an individual known to you at the time by the name of Yogi? Did you know that person by the name of Yogi?
I knew the name. Yes.
Okay, and prior to testifying in this case down at district court, you didn't know Yogi's legal proper name, is that correct?
No.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to look around the courtroom and see if you see Yogi in the courtroom today.
He is right behind you in a blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
Record reflect the witness has identified defendant Zuazo.
And in the preparation for that wedding, were you aware of Yogi being attempted to be fitted for a tux for that wedding?
Yes.
Now, how many times would you say you had met Yogi by the time of October 11th of 2024? How many times did you physically met him?
One physical time.
Okay. And was that a time when you went to Yogi's house, a restaurant, or did he come to your house?
My house.
And did he come to your house with the defendant or did he come alone to see the defendant?
I'm not really too sure on that.
You don't know how he got there?
No.
Okay. In October of 2024, we have talked about the white Jeep that was there that was brought up from Texas. Was there another white truck, pickup truck that started to appear in front and by your house?
Yes.
And how long before they left would you say that white pickup truck appeared in front of your house? Your best guess?
I would maybe say a week and a half, but I'm not for sure.
Okay. And did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Hernandez about how did that truck appear in front of your house?
I don't know if I spoke to him or asked him, but I just asked whose truck was it.
Okay. Did you ever get an answer as to whose truck that was?
Well, I'm going to ask who's the speaker. It's one thing if it's Mr. Hernandez,
Put another, it's a third person.
I totally agree. I'm just asking a yes or no question at this point. Did you ever get an answer to that? I'm not asking who said it yet. Did you ever get an answer to that?
Yes.
Okay. And now, as Mr. McCarthy had pointed out, can you tell us, was that from Mr. Hernandez, Amanda, or somebody else?
I honestly cannot remember which one, either Carlos or my daughter tell me.
Don't tell us what they told you.
Okay.
You did get an answer to it. Okay. As far as the answer that you received, there was nothing that came to mind that there was something nefarious or illegal going on with that truck. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yes.
Okay. If that was something that was illegal, you would have called the police. You would have told them to get the truck out of there. You wouldn't want to be a part of that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You know why you're here today, and you know all the allegations that have gone on regarding the events from last year. Did you have any knowledge of what was going on before those events took place?
No.
Okay. Did you have any direct or indirect involvement in the events that took place in Rochester Hills last year, a year ago?
No.
Now, there is a time that what happens in Rochester Hills gets brought to your attention. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you call where you were when you first heard, don't tell us what you heard, but when it was first brought to your attention that something was going on that may involve your family?
It was Saturday. I was at work.
Okay. So you learned of it the Saturday after things had actually occurred. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So regarding the dates of October 10th, October 11th, which is the Thursday and Friday, on those 2 days, nothing was brought to your attention about what was happening in Rochester Hills?
No.
Okay. You didn't watch any newscasts or see anything on TV that would have directed your attention to what was going on in Rochester Hills. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you find out about what's going on in Rochester Hills on that Saturday, had your daughter, your grandson, and the defendant Hernandez already left the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. You worked a regular shift on that Friday, October 11th at Home Depot?
Yes.
And what did your regular shift consist of?
6 to 2:30.
And your typical pattern is if you didn't have any other distraction going on home, you would go towards your house?
Correct.
Okay. When was it that you first learned on that Friday that they were leaving the state of Michigan?
I think it was a little bit later on in the evening or maybe in the afternoon. I can't really say.
Did you try to talk them into staying, or did you understand they wanted to leave and they were going?
I knew they were going to go back.
Okay. They hadn't moved up here for good?
No.
Okay. Now, when you learn that they're leaving the state, do they pack up that Jeep?
My daughter did that night.
Okay. And they put the luggage cargo rack on top, for lack of a better term, on top of the Jeep?
Yes, my nephews helped her with that.
Okay. And nothing was said to you by anyone when they were leaving about anything that was causing them to leave, other than they wanted to go back to Texas. Is that correct?
Correct.
The investigation quickly turned and started to focus on both defendant Hernandez and Yogi Zuazo. Is that correct? You had Oakland County Sheriff's deputies contacting you?
When I left work early that morning of, the 12th? Is it Saturday?
Yes.
When I left work early, I got home and there was police everywhere.
Okay. And is that something that you cooperated with when they got to your house? Meaning
Yes.
they wanted to get inside your house to look around?
Yes.
And they had a search warrant, or did they just ask you for consent to come in?
Don't know if they had a search warrant. I can't remember, but maybe they might have asked me to come in to see if anybody was in the house, because I know they asked me, is anybody in the house? And I said, no, it's just me.
Okay. And you had no objection to them coming into the house?
No.
As the investigation continued, we ended up going to preliminary examination back in last December out in Rochester Hills. Do you recall being subpoenaed as a witness for that
Yes.
also? And that was also a day that I'm sure wasn't pleasant for the position you're in as a witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were shown a Ring camera video from the residence on that date. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you identified defendant Hernandez as one of the two people on that Ring camera?
Correct.
And you identified defendant Zuazo also on that Ring camera?
Correct.
This morning, we had another video that had come up that we didn't show you before because it came up through the investigation. But did I show you another video before you came in today?
Yes.
Okay. Council has been told of this. This is not sandbagging or surprise. I have let council know this occurred before coming in today. I'm going to play you what's been marked as exhibit number 20B as in boy. It's going to pop up on your screen. Ask you if you recognize this as the video that you were shown an hour or so ago.
Yes.
Do you recognize the larger of the two individuals as defendant Hernandez?
Yes.
Do you recognize the smaller of the two individuals as defendant Zuazo?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Prosecutors Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Diaz, I spoke with you back on December the 17th of last year at the preliminary examination. I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Michael McCarthy. I represent Mr. Zuazo. I have some questions to ask you regarding the testimony you've given here this afternoon. And if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, and then I'll rephrase the question, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you met Mr. Zuazo one time prior to being asked to identify him in court in 2024 at the preliminary examination. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you were, and this is directing your attention to page 95 in the transcript, when you were asked questions initially during your examination about Mr. Zuazo, you said that you didn't have any answer to whether you identified the person who was shown to you on a video that afternoon, the ring video from the Murray's home. Remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, may I approach the witness? I'm going to direct your attention to page 95 of the preliminary examination transcript, lines 6 through 17. Let's read it to yourself, please. And then when you've completed doing that, please let me know. And I'll take it. So you've read through all that?
Yes.
All right, let me just ask you a couple of questions. Does that refresh your memory of what it was that you were asked and how you answered the questions when the preliminary examination was conducted in December of last year?
And if it's written down there, I guess that's what I said.
You were able to, let me just say, you say, I guess that's what it said. You can see what is written here, correct? And you're able to read and understand what was on page 95, pages, or lines 6 through 17, correct?
Correct.
My question is, does it refresh your memory of being there that day and being asked these questions and giving the answers?
In the courtroom?
Yes.
I was in the courtroom. I can't remember everything because I was very nervous.
Okay. Do you think that this is an accurate transcription of what you had to say that day?
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember what I said.
So you have no memory of what you said that day, and this document does not refresh your memory. Is that correct?
I don't remember what I said.
So the answer being this document did not refresh your memory. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Well, no, you're saying no. Is what I just told you correct, that it did not refresh your memory?
I don't remember.
Okay, very good. Then I would move to have this admitted, page 95, as a recording of exactly what she said.
Judge, I have no objection if Mr. McCarthy just wants to read into the record from question starting at line 6. But I would ask him to go through line 18, so I don't have to do that.
That would be very good. And I imagine maybe she saw 18. It's a one-word answer. So these are questions put to you by Mr. Petrofessa on December 17th of last year. The first question, and did you recognize the second person in those videos as either Yogi or Zuazo? Your answer, I didn't. He was in the back. I don't. Question, did you not identify him to my investigator 20 minutes ago as defendant Zuazo? Your answer, your investigator didn't ask me if I identified Carlos or not. They didn't ask me any questions. They had me watch a video. Question, okay, did you recognize I'll ask you one last time, Yogi in that video? Answer, I don't know. I don't have any answer to that. I don't know. Question, do you It's yes or no. Answer, yes.
Okay.
So now you've read it and now you've heard it out loud. And isn't it true, when you were asked if you were able to make an identification of Mr. Zuazo, you said, I don't know, I don't know, I don't have any answer to that, I don't know. Your words, right?
Okay.
No, it
Yes.
isn't okay, it's yes or no.
Yes.
And then Mr. Petrofessa says, do you? It's yes or no. And then you answered yes.
Okay.
Well, it's not okay. I mean, that's what you said,
All right.
correct?
If that's what you're saying, yes.
Well, it isn't just what I'm saying. It's what you said under oath when you were in court on December 17th of last year. You understand that?
I'm going to plead my Fifth Amendment right for your question.
Okay, so I'm just gonna insert myself here for a second. That is, what Mr. McCarthy's showing you is a recorded transcription from court proceeding.
Okay.
So lawyers can use under oath testimony to ask questions about it. So there's nothing inappropriate about what's happening here. I don't know if you're misunderstanding, I think, what's being asked. I think you're just being asked to affirm that you in fact could say those things under oath.
If that's what it says, then yes.
Okay.
I don't remember what happened a
We
year ago.
understand, I know you said that quite a bit, but that is what you said under oath because it's transcribed and it's certified by a transcriber. You do agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you, Rita. Well, then you would agree also that in the space of however long it took to have Mr. Petrofessa ask his second question, where he says it's yes or no, you change from I don't know who it is to yes, it's Mr. Zuazo. Is that right?
If that's what it says, yes.
Okay, very good. Now, let's talk a little bit about the night of the 11th day of October last year. You said something to the effect that it was planned that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter, Amanda Diaz at the time, but now Amanda Diaz Hernandez, were going to leave town. Remember that testimony
Yes.
you gave a few minutes ago?
Right.
And so my question to you is, on that day, October the 10th, or the 11th rather, when you got up that morning, did you understand that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter were going to leave town and go back to Texas on that day?
No, because I didn't talk to my daughter until the afternoon.
Okay, and then you found out in the afternoon, what time was that?
I have no idea, but when I wake up, it's 4:45. I get dressed and have to be to work by 6. There's nobody up in my house at that time but me.
Okay, so you get up at 4:45 a.m. to go to
Yes.
work, is that correct? And then you get home because you have to be there at 6, is that it?
Correct.
And you work an 8-hour day?
Yes.
And so somewhere around 2:30 or 2:45, you're back home from work?
Yes.
So whenever this conversation with your daughter took place, it was after 2:45.
Or during the day, I can't remember. I don't know if I spoke to her during the day. I talked to my daughter like 5-6 times a day, every day.
Okay, so when they left, what time was it?
It was at night. I went to bed and they were still packing the car. I have no idea what time they left.
Okay, but you were well aware of the fact that they were leaving, is that correct? Okay. And that was a bit of a surprise to you that they were leaving so soon?
No, because it's been planned. We're going to leave. Well, we might be leaving this day, might go this day. You know, it wasn't like, okay, we're leaving on this day.
Okay, and they had arrived sometime in August and then were there for this wedding that was conducted. And then they hung around your place even after the wedding for a period of time, correct?
Yes.
And then both of them left at the same time, correct? And your grandson went with them, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Prosper Hernandez.
Mr. McCarthy just asked you about when it was that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter came back from Texas. Was it August or do you not remember?
It was like 3 weeks before the wedding.
And when was the wedding?
I believe it's September 8th.
And you had previously testified when Mr. Petrofessa was asking you questions that they actually lived in Katy, Texas. Like they had a home down there and Michigan was no longer their residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason that they came here was for the wedding, correct?
Correct.
The plan was always for them to return to Katy, Texas, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any regrets?
Just very briefly, I know Mr. McCarthy spent some time in discussing with you my questions to you during the preliminary examination, your answers to that, and I think you read the page, I think off of page 95 to you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. After I got to talk to you at preliminary examination, kind of like this, Mr. McCarthy got to cross-examine you kind of like this at that point in time also. Isn't that correct?
Just like right now.
Maybe not just like it,
Okay.
but kind of like it. He got a chance to ask you questions right after I was done.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct everyone's attention to page 102. When Mr. McCarthy was asking you questions, did you not say his question was, are you able to identify the second man to be this individual? The second man shown in that video to be the individual that you know as Yogi? And your answer was yes. Do you recall that?
Yes, if that's what I said, yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, all right. Did you want to cross on that?
I do have one question.
All right.
So can you explain to both of the juries here how it is that when Mr. Pestrofessa asked you that question from page 103, where your answer was yes, you were able to say immediately that that's what it was, and you didn't have to look at the transcript? Can you explain that?
Judge, just one
Maybe it's the
thing.
wrong page.
No, there's two things I just want to correct. It's page 102, and actually Mr. McCarthy's asking the question, not me.
No, I'm talking about Mr. Petrofessa asking the question right now.
Oh, okay.
It's not, it's argumentative and not relevant, right? Point is made, Mr. McCarthy. Anything
Very
else?
good.
Okay.
If she can't answer it, that's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Petrofessa, anything else on redirect that? All right, you may step down, but watch your step on the way down. If you need help, let us know. The OIC can help you come down if you need it.
Can this witness be excused?
I have no objection.
All right, she's excused.
If you can just bring it over to me and I can go.
Who's next?
Take a tag on Your Honor.
Is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Name is Detective Jesse Haglund.
All right, your witness.
Thank you. Can you spell your first and last name for us? For the record?
First name Jesse, Jesse, last name Haglund.
I know you just said you're a detective, but where are you employed?
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
for 7 years.
Okay. And how long have you been a detective at the Sheriff's Office?
I've been assisting the Detective Bureau in Rochester Hills for several, but full-time as a detective for about 3 months.
For about 3 months?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay. And prior to your employment with the Sheriff's Office, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
I did.
And where was that at?
I was a police officer in the city of Auburn Hills for 4 years.
So you went from Auburn Hills to the Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to October 11, 2024. Do you call that date?
I do.
Okay. And on that date, were you one of the officers that responded to the scene?
I was.
Okay. And where were you prior to arriving on scene to the Newcastle address?
I was assigned to Rochester High School as a school resource officer, and I responded when the call came out over the air.
And as a school resource officer, why did you respond to that particular incident?
Due to the nature of the incident and its close location to the schools, there was another high school, middle school close by. I started to respond in the event we needed to do anything with the schools.
Right. So you were one of the responding deputies that day?
I was.
Okay. And then also, were you also involved in the further investigation of this particular case?
I was.
Okay. And did you execute a search warrant at a house in Lincoln Park?
I did.
Okay. And why was the search warrant done for that particular house in Lincoln Park?
That residence was identified as the residence that one of the suspects had been residing in for the past several months.
And do you recall when you executed that search warrant?
It was, I believe, within a couple days of the initial incident in the afternoon.
And did you go there by yourself, or was there other officers with you?
I went along with Detective Wiegman and eventually was joined by Lieutenant Delbeck.
And with all three of you guys there? Did you guys,
I apologize. Detective Wiegand. I said Wiegman.
I know they're similar.
Similar,
They're
yes.
Two different people, but the names are very similar.
Yes.
Okay. And you went there, and did all three of you guys search the home?
We did.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm going to hand them with the mark with 25A, B, and C.
I know that.
Good night.
25?
Yeah, it's not right now. These were brought from evidence today.
All right, so what are their numbers? That's 25 is what?
25A is a release for damage to property form. 25B is a DTE customer consent release form. And 25C could be called DTE cutouts.
Got it. And you have no objection to those, the admission to those?
No objection.
Sorry, they're in.
Okay. Can you take a look at these for me?
I can.
And at 25A, B, and C, do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
These were found in the search of the area of the house that was where the suspect had been residing.
And where did you find, specifically on 25A, where did you locate that?
This one was located in a trash bag, a plastic bag that had other articles of garbage in it that was tied up sitting on a couch.
And when you located that, was that of significance in your investigation to you at that time?
Yes, these forms were.
And why was it?
Well, 25B, I recognize to be the same form that had been held up to the Ring doorbell. From reviewing the doorbell footage, I recognize this to be the same form, specifically because it also had the blue lining on it, which I could see from the Ring camera footage, as well as the same layout.
Detective, did you review that Ring footage before executing that search warrant?
I did.
Okay. And what about 25C that you're holding?
The suspects were reported to be in a DTE vehicle at the scene, and I located these DTE cutouts stuffed underneath a couch cushion in one of the pieces of furniture in the room.
And you gathered those items and brought those to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, these items were tagged in property. These are my initials where I sealed them for evidentiary purposes.
May I question this? And it's not people move to publish these.
Okay.
I have no other questions.
Are you gonna publish?
No, we'll publish these. No, they're in here so we can set the here or show them, hand to the jury, however the court wishes.
Let's wait to publish till after.
That's
cross.
usually, yes, thank you.
Okay, all right, cross the law.
Thank you very much. Detective Hagelin, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants, Joshua Zuazo. I have a couple of questions to ask you today regarding your testimony. As a part of your, and if I don't make myself clear when I ask you a question, just tell me that and I will rephrase the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Part of the work that you did investigating this case was to speak with Mrs. Linda Murray, correct?
On my initial response to the scene, I spoke with Miss Murray when I escorted her from the home to a vehicle.
And then she was in your vehicle, is that correct?
She was not in my vehicle. I placed her in an open squad car outside.
But you talked to her?
Yes.
And when you first got on the scene, she was seated on the front porch, is that right?
I don't recall if she was inside or outside the front porch, but that's where I escorted her from.
Okay. And you got some information from her. She provided you with information regarding what had happened and descriptions of the people that were involved. Is that correct?
Yes, on a limited basis.
And one of the things that she reported to you was that one person was, as she described, a Hispanic male with a beard, tall and fat, very fat. Remember her telling you those things?
Yes.
And you put that in quotation marks in the report that you wrote about your interaction with Miss Murray, correct?
Yes.
And then she gave you a description of another person who was there.
Yes.
And that was a black male of average height and average weight. That's
Correct.
what you wrote in your report, correct?
Yes.
And when you wrote that report, it was based on the information that you received when you were talking with Mrs. Murray, correct?
Yes.
And the report is dated October 11th, so you wrote that the same day, is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, not right there at that moment, but when it was fresh in your mind, correct?
Yes.
And did you take notes while you were talking with Miss Murray and Mrs. Murray and then make the report, or was this from your memory?
I went off of, I believe, body cam footage in memory.
Okay. Because you reviewed that when you put your report together,
Yes.
is that correct? And can you tell the jury whether it's an important thing to write an accurate report?
Yes, it's extremely important to write an accurate report.
And that's because the information in there refreshes your memory when the time passes between the day that you write something and when you have to testify about it, if that need arises, correct?
Yes.
And so in your review of the reports that you did for your involvement in this case, would you say that the information regarding the descriptions Mrs. Murray gave you regarding each of the two people that came into her home on October 11th is accurate?
It's accurate based on what was given to me.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. What she
Yes.
told you, that's what you wrote down.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, there's another thing I wanted to ask about, and that is when you were a participant in the search, in the execution of the search warrant at the house in Lincoln Park, where you found the three exhibits, 25A, B, and C, the DTE forms and those cutouts. You said the cutouts were stuffed under a couch. Was that in the upstairs or the downstairs of the residence, if you recall?
No, that was in the area of the residence that had been designated as the suspect's living area.
Okay, and was that upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
So in the basement?
Yes.
And when you said had been designated as the suspect's residence, how did you get that information?
That's where we were directed by the homeowner.
Okay, so, and then you found other things that were related to Mr. Hernandez down there besides these DTE documents?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Did you see any other items that were down there that were at all identifiable to belong to Mr. Hernandez?
There was large clothing. I can't speak to having any recollection of seeing anything specific, no.
Okay, when you say large clothing, you mean like size 6X, things of that nature?
Very large clothing.
Very large clothing, male clothing?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you were directed to that area of the house because you were informed that that's where he had been staying. Is that
Yes.
correct? Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Ross Hernandez.
Good afternoon, sir. You had described that you arrived on the actual scene. You traveled there from your position at Rochester High School. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you a part of the house or part of the team that was clearing the house?
No,
Okay. Had that already taken place when you arrived?
they were coordinating it, I guess you could say.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with Deputy Copeland on that day?
Nothing noteworthy.
Do you remember seeing a blood swipe on the railing of the wall by the stairs going down into the basement?
No.
You testified that you were then present in Lincoln Park during the search, correct?
Correct.
And you noted in your report that you observed a black glove. Do you remember black glove? Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And is that something you seized as evidence?
I did.
And in your report, you stated that that glove looked like something that Carlos was wearing at the scene. Do you remember stating that?
Yes.
Were you present during the search of Mr. Zuazo's home?
I was present, yes.
And was anything noteworthy found during that search?
Nothing that I personally could testify to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Having trouble hearing?
I just thought I missed something. I can ask it.
No, you can't ask or no right now.
Okay.
And that's juror 1, 2, 3, 4. Juror in seat 4. I can't ask a question. Only thing right now would be to say you needed a break or you couldn't hear. Neither one of those things? Okay. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No jury questions here.
No objection.
All right, you can see.
No questions here. Juries can't ask them. If you have questions, you're just going to have to suck it up, Buttercup. And good Lord, don't use your phone and Google.
Hi, good afternoon. If you want to get in the witness stand, I'll get you sworn in. Go ahead and just raise your hand. You swear from the testimony you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Detective Robert Wigman, Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
All right, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. You had some involvement in the investigation in case of why we're here today for trial?
Yes, sir.
And your name appeared on the witness list, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay. Defense counsel has asked me to produce you for today to be questioned. So I'm going to turn you over to Mr. McCarthy so he can ask you questions.
Cross-exam Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Whitman is the defense that just said, my name is Michael McCarthy. I'm representing Mr. Zuazo. I just have a couple of questions I want to ask you here this afternoon related to your involvement or interviews with Linda Murray in the days, either the day of the incident and the days that passed. And so if I ask a question and I don't make it clear to you what I'm asking, just tell me that and I'll rephrase the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Ms. Murray, you interviewed her a couple of times, correct? Or maybe 3 times, I'm not sure.
I can say this. It wasn't just once, it wasn't just twice. It was continuous interactions over a course of probably 7 to 10 days.
Okay, and you wrote a report on October 14th that, at least at that point, said that you had met with her on the 11th, the date of the incident, and you spoke with her while she was in the hospital. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And then you followed up with succeeding interviews in the days that followed at the home of her son. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And at one point during those interviews, you asked about for a description of the people who were involved in the incident at her home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she gave you a description of a person who she said was a Hispanic male that might have been about 6 foot tall. Is that right?
I asked some probing questions to that, and then she later clarified he was approximately the same height as her husband, but definitively not 6'6" and also not 5'6".
Okay, and so it was somewhere in that range, at least above 5'6" and below 6'6" in her mind. That's the way she described you. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And then she gave you a description, because I'm sure you were asking the questions, about the second person.
Yes, sir.
And she said that that person had an average height and weight, and he was a black male.
That's correct, sir.
All right. There wasn't any specific in the report that you wrote relating 5'8" or 5'10" or anything like that, correct?
It was more of a general description as opposed to a specific one. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Imposter, Hernandez?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
After your involvement in the case, or I should say during your involvement in the case, you prepared at least one report, correct?
I think it was 4.
Okay. And on the one that Mr. McCarthy is referencing was dated 10/14. You have a section of your report called Summary of Combined Interviews with Linda Susan Murray. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in that report, am I fair to assume that you kind of compile all the information that you've received from her up until that point?
That's true.
Okay. And in that report, would you agree with me that you described a scenario of exactly what she told you happened from when these two individuals came to her house and then left her house?
As a general statement, yes.
Okay. And is it true that in your report, you detail Linda telling you that all 3 people, including Mr. Murray, Mr. Zuazo, and Mr. Hernandez, go downstairs at some point in time?
That is true.
Okay. And then you put in your report, a short period of time goes by, and Linda observed the large Hispanic suspect come up the stairs and through the basement door. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you then remember writing that the large Hispanic suspect then asks Linda, where's the jewelry and where's the money?
What?
I'll just begin again with that sentence just for the record.
I need to know what that thing said, though. Stop. I don't know what that was because this cop looked down and he giggled. I don't even know what that was. Welcome back, Cindy. Welcome back. This is Robert Wigman, and something just happened in the court, and he giggled.
Where's the jewelry and where's the money? I'll just begin again with that sentence just for the record. You wrote that Linda observed the large Hispanic suspect come up the stairs and through the basement door. Do you remember writing that?
Yes, ma'am.
You then write the large Hispanic suspect then asks Linda, where's the jewelry? Where's the money? Linda states she tells this suspect that the only money in the house is either in her purse or in her husband's pocket. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You then wrote that Mr. Hernandez asked her if there was any money, if there was any other money in the house, and Linda explained that Mr. Murray technically usually keeps money in his pocket and no longer uses a wallet.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you write in your report that Mr. Hernandez continued to go through her purse and take her money, also took her car keys and her cell phone, correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes, ma'am.
You then write the black suspect then comes upstairs. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
So in your mind, there was a period of time between Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Zuazo coming up the stairs based on what you put in this report, correct?
That was the version of events relayed to me by Linda, yes.
I have nothing further.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will this witness be excused?
I have no objection. Thank you for being here.
Right?
Any objection, Ms. Loveland? No. All right,
The other way, it was like the door sling and slam or something. Nobody moved. It was like, this is just, I don't even know what that was. It was like a Google response. Ooh, I gotta be quiet because mine will go off because I was talking about it earlier, talking about how they GOOGLED, that word. And he kept going off over there talking to me. Do you know what's really funny? And I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. When Hector talks to it, keep in mind, we speak English in my house, but when Hector talks to it, for some reason, Google sometimes responds back to him in Spanish. And he's like, I don't even know what the fuck she just said. I have no clue what she just said. And, you know, it is hilarious when he gets in an argument with Google. And Google will argue back. My little thing over there will argue back with you.
Okay, so what panel now?
She does, but in an old, bad way.
Come on.
Oh my good Lord. They're going to approach again.
Okay, and so somebody will come grab you right now.
What'd she say? What?
Your panel B, we're sending you out for a break, okay? And so somebody will come grab you right now. You're going back to your jury room. You cannot leave the jury room, okay? All right, thank you.
Panel B is being sent out. So what did panel A do that they're in trouble?
Are you terrified that you don't get a break? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the testimony for your portion is going to be done for the day. All right.
What? Okay, this is interesting. See, Cindy, this is some of our questions. What? There's two so they're sending one jury home because they don't have to listen to the testimony. This is too confusing.
So we are actually going to excuse you for the rest of the day a little bit earlier than we typically got out. Based on what I think is going to happen, I think we'll probably have you back to be safe and not have you sit in that jury room for longer than necessary at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All right, so you are free to go and return at 9 a.m. There's a caveat here. You're going to be taken back into your jury room and you're going to have to wait until you are allowed to leave. So that might take about 5 or 10 minutes before you're actually done for the day. When you are excused, I need you to physically leave the building, okay? So I don't want anyone sticking around for any purpose. Is there any reason anyone would want to be sticking around? All right, okay. So I won't see you then again until tomorrow morning at 9. All right, thank you.
All right, the jury, please.
Hey, Journey, how are you, hon? I'm at a loss. I'm like, they're going to send half the jury home because this is testimony they don't need to make their judgment. Who's the next witness?
All right, so let's just make sure that we're holding the doors for the jury. Can you message everyone in the back and make sure that's being done?
And Judge,
yes.
just for the record, we've had this discussion, just the logistics at the bench, but regarding Mr. McCarthy wanting to be present for the next witness, needing his client to be present for the next witness, he has agreed that they do not need to be present for the next
What
witness.
witness is going to be called?
That is going to be the detective regarding the interview down south. So that's going to be Detective Wendell Smith.
And is that the only witness that we intend on having today?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you have talked to your client about his right to be here and listen to that and be a part of it, and you guys both decided you don't need to be here for it.
We do not want to be present. That is a statement that, the whole reason we're having 2 juries is that statement. So,
Okay.
we don't need to be here for that.
All right, so then,
Okay.
and I will see everyone then back tomorrow morning. I also just want to indicate to the sheriff's department, although I told those jurors to leave for the day, my fear is that one would come through the front door because they need to ask me a question or something. Can we be double checking on anyone who's coming to the courtroom that they're not a seated juror? Okay. All right, Mr. Zuazo's all set then.
Okay, so to sum up what just happened. So the person that is coming in to testify, okay, this is going to be good. It might even get spicy. So the person that's coming in to testify is going to say something that's not beneficial to Zuazo's jury pool is what is fixing to happen. So they don't want to even be there. They don't want the jury there to hear anything that is going on. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Okay.
And then just for the record, I know that this video that will be played is roughly an hour and 10 minutes. I think the court indicated they did not intend to listen to all of it today. We may have to break.
Yeah, we might have to break. Let's just see how it goes. Is there going to be a lot of questioning of the witness outside of the video?
Your Honor, I'll be doing it. I'm just going to ask him to go down and interview him when that was, and then go directly right into that.
And either way, your process is going to be wrong. Because that's what would happen, because that's their first. Okay.
Then we'll have it down to 3 witnesses tomorrow.
And that's with the medical examiner done tomorrow.
Yes.
2.5.
Yeah, 2.5.
Do it.
Are you calling that?
We have found about standard and finish up.
I'll get it.
You're okay. Take your time, Mr. McCarthy.
Okay.
There's a record of it. The video that's going to be played, which is Mr. McGarrow's witness and Ms. Lofton's witness, there were redactions done to it. Those redactions were done by some request from Ms. Lofton, and then others are by agreement. Ms. Lofton has been provided already a copy of that video that's going to be played. So when it's played, everyone already has agreed that what's about to be played is admissible, and there shouldn't be any issues with what's played because both sides have agreed to it.
Okay, that's correct. Sounds good. And although we are not going to have Mr. McCarthy and Mr. Zuazo at council table, I would suggest remaining where you are, Ms. Lofton, just so that there's no appearance in front of the jury that there's some type of movement for any reason. Okay. Is Mr. Zuazo down?
It's my understanding.
Okay, so then if he's down, then we can let McCarthy's jury go.
Wait for 1 minute more. I can get out of the elevator. That way I won't run into each other.
We gotta go quick.
I am moving as fast as I can. Thank you.
See you tomorrow. You too. And when you can, you can bring him out of the jury.
Nope.
Good afternoon, Detective. If you want to just get in that witness stand, watch your step, raise your right hand, and I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Wendell Smith,
Your witness.
Thank you. Can you spell your first name and your last name for the record, please?
Wendell Smith.
Mr. Smith, where are you employed at?
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your title with the Sheriff's Office right now?
I'm a detective with the Rochester Hills substation.
How long have you been a detective?
About 2 years.
And prior to being a detective, what was your assignment?
I worked road patrol for 3 years.
And was it out of the Rochester Hills substation?
Various substations.
Okay,
But one of them was Rochester Hills.
Okay. And prior to your appointment with the Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
I was a Detroit police officer for 4 years.
Okay. And Detective, were you involved in the investigation of the homicide that occurred on October 11th in Rochester Hills?
I was.
Okay. And as part of your involvement, were you assigned to go down to Cato Parish, Louisiana?
I was.
And how were you told to go down there?
We flew down there.
Okay. And when you say we, who was that?
I went with one of my partners, Detective Weedman.
Okay. And why did you go down there?
I believe they had evidence that was taken when Mr. Hernandez was arrested, and we were also informed that Mr. Hernandez wished to speak with us.
Okay. And so, do you recall what day it was that you flew down there?
I believe it was the 17th.
Of what month?
October.
Okay. So you and Detective Wigan go down to Cato Parish on the 17th of October?
Yes.
And it was fair to say one of your responsibilities was to collect the evidence that the Cato Parish detectives secured from that stop.
Yes.
And did you transport that back to Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And did you guys fly back or drive back?
Oh, we drove back.
Okay. Would that be, when you say we, it would be you and Detective Wiegman?
Yes.
Okay. And also, while you were down at Cato Parish, did you interview Mr. Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay. And that person you interviewed down in Louisiana that you knew to be Mr. Hernandez, is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him, identify him by something that he's wearing?
Gentleman right here in the blue shirt.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, people are going to move to admit and to publish at this time the jury People's Exhibit 14, which is the interview of Mr. Hernandez.
Okay. Are you identifying for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, may the record reflect the inquiry that made it.
The record reflect the witness has identified Defendant Hernandez. And there's no objection to the admission of this exhibit. What number is that?
14.
14. Ms. Lofton, no objection?
Correct.
14 is in.
And was this interview recorded?
It was.
Okay. And who conducted that interview? Was that you or Mr. Weedman? Or Detective Weedman?
Detective Weedman was the primary interviewer, and I sat in with him.
Okay, so this might be a little noisy. Let me adjust my chair. Make sure Lola ain't got nothing she ain't supposed to have. Where's Meat? Meat's asleep in the recliner. All right, go play, Lola. Mama's getting comfortable. We got a long video to watch.
My name's Detective Whitman, Detective Smith. How you guys doing? Well, nice to meet you. We both work for County Sheriff's Office in Rochester Hills. We're here today. I want to introduce ourselves, and we were told that you might want to talk to us, and as a result, we should all talk to you. Am I leaving with you guys? Today, not today. When am I leaving? We're working on that position right now. It'll probably get with you next week. It'll probably be sometime next week. What kind of questions you have for us? Did you guys arrest the other dude? We have more than one person in custody, yes. More than one person. Yeah. I'll let you answer all that. I'm going to leave that as an open-ended question or open-ended answer. Why am I taking all the heat on this shit when I shouldn't be? Well, before we talk, so we were told that before that you didn't want to talk to police. Is our understanding that that's changed? You now want to talk to us? Okay, and then you've never met us before. No one promised you anything to talk with us. Okay, you're doing this on your own free will. Yes, sir. Okay. And you understand that Miranda, because you made certain statements in the past, applies to a certain extent. We would not be here if you didn't ask to see us. Correct. All right. Do you want to speak to us and give a statement on this today? Yeah, I'll talk to you for a minute. As a result, you're seeing one of these before? Yes, sir. We go point out the list before we start. All right. Let's talk about your background real quick. All right. State your full name for me. Carlos Hernandez. All right. Your middle name. Go there. What's your date of birth? So I put up 1986. All right. Where are you from? Detroit, Michigan. All right. Were you born there or someplace else? I was born there. You're born there. All right. I was living in Texas just recently. All right. How long have you lived in Texas for? Almost a year. All right. Let's talk about your background. You go to school, you graduated high school? No, I got a GED. You got a GED? Can you read and write in English? Yes, sir. Do you have any college schooling or any interest? Look at that after that. What do you have? I got a CDL, I've got a certified paralegal certificate, and I got a degree in business management.
What? He has look, even the cop was, where'd you get? I paused him because I was like, a paralegal degree. What? Okay. Calm down, Sheila. Calm down.
Where'd you get it for? Where'd you get it for? What's that?
And they muted. They muted the sound out. That is the court. Okay, so this is why they said they retracted some of the video, or not retracted, but
Just to provide explanation and instruction.
Yeah,
Even
please
though
explain.
It's not that you can't hear the audio, that's intentionally done. If you can't hear it, you're not supposed to. Okay, all right, go ahead.
if you're not supposed to, ma'am. I'm sorry, wouldn't this whole thing be evidence? So how are they not supposed to hear it? You had your wife. I when he said paralegal, that threw me. That just. I can read lips, but it's too fuzzy and too far away. I can't tell what he's
So I
saying.
started working as a machine operator, and then I got my CDL, which led me to own on some of my drugs. Okay. All right, what kind of medical issue you got? Just that. Honest answer. All right, so with that, have you ever been diagnosed with any sort of psychological?
I can imagine. You have any medical conditions? Hey, TCN, you got any medical conditions? Somebody asked me. Yeah, I'm just fat. Okay. So, comedy in the chaos, guys. I haven't said that in a while. Comedy in the chaos. That's my response of the day. You have any medical issues? Yep, just fat. That's it.
Oh, yeah. What have you been diagnosed?
Okay, hang on. And then they asked him about psychological or something. Hang on.
All right, what kind of medical issue you got? Just that. Honest answer. All right, so with that, have you ever been diagnosed with any sort of psychological issue? Oh, yeah. What have you been diagnosed with? Schizophrenia. You're schizophrenic? Yeah. All right. Do you want your medication right now? No, I refuse to take it. I haven't taken it in quite a while, and I've been managing my symptoms, so I don't want to take it. I feel like it hurts me more than it helps me. All right. So let's talk about it a little bit. When were you diagnosed with schizophrenia? Oh shit, 37 now, so over 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago. What medication did they ask you to take at that point? I was on Seroquel, just to hang up. I wasn't allowed them. All right, when did you stop taking them? So the obvious question is getting about long term, right? You've been diagnosed as schizophrenic. How can we trust the statement you're making right now? Like, and so I guess there's this, right? A handful of easy questions. What year is it? Who's president of the United States? Well, right now, Biden. All right. And how many quarters make it out? 4. All right. So we're trying to think of other ways to gauge. Like, so listen, yeah, I understand what you're saying about the medication. Don't worry, I'm like everything I tell you or everything I talk to you about, it's gonna be good. Like I've been off. Is if I am having issues with my mental health where I can't personally manage it, I know what to do. All right. So you're a paralegal, you can read and write in English. You know you're talking to the police right now. I have no issues with that. I can kind of because I've never actually talked to the police before. Not in this kind of setting. All right. Not where I'm wearing this and you guys are wearing that, but outside of this.
Is he playing with us? He's like, I've never talked to cops before. Sir, you've been in trouble before. Stop. He's been in trouble with the law before. Get out. He was in jail. Remember, he got caught doing, what was it? Weapons in jail or something like that. Sir, don't say you don't.
I have no issues with that. I can kind of because I've never actually talked to the police before. Not in this kind of setting. Right? Not where I'm wearing this and you guys are wearing that, but outside of this, yeah, I've heard you guys all the time. But ultimately speaking, you run your own company, you own local trucks. Yeah, all right. Do you have any other questions about that specifically? I mean, I trust your judgment on this one. Like, there's no reason not to the way you're explaining it. All right, let's go over this random real quick. You want me to read it out loud or you want to read it out loud? I'll read it. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court or other proceedings. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and have him with you during questioning. If you're not affording a lawyer, one will be appointed for you free of any cost to you before any questioning if you wish. So, I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna fill out some of this. Naturally, is Carlos correct? Yes. Do me a favor, print your name. Allegedly, first, middle, last, right there. And then at time good. 3:15. And then 17th of October. All right. Before you sign it, a quick follow-up question. Do you understand the rights that you just read? Yeah. Do you want to speak to me? Yeah, I want to talk to you. I know you might believe I'm going to tell you something that, yeah, I want to talk to you, but, all right? But I just want to make sure, like, I don't want this to come back and say you didn't understand your rights or anything else, because that does really matter. I'm going to tell you I'm not going to talk to you about the crime. I got a couple questions I want to answer. I'm not going to talk to you about the crime until I can have a prosecutor sit in front of me. Okay? All right, so what I need for you to do, stand right here. All right. So ultimately speaking, you don't want to talk about anything that happened. I mean, I may, but all right, hold on, man. Like, here's the deal. This is kind of going to be a quick protocol on our end. I'll answer questions when you're answering questions. Other than that, we're not just here to divulge everything that's in our investigation. That's not what we're here for. All right, so would you go, I go. Back and forth. Okay. All right, so here's the deal, students. Here, there's no prosecutor here today. There's not going to be one here today. It's you and me, you and him. That's it. So let me ask you this. If I tell you something, no matter what, this kid could potentially bite me in the ass. Yes, so I understand that. What I'm asking you is if I talk to y'all, is it going to help me with the prosecutor? We can't make any promises. I mean, ultimately speaking, right, you're going to have to weigh this under your own judgment. And the way you kind of have to look at this is there are two frames of thought here. It's either number one, you're responsible for this, and quite honestly, you're being made out to be a monster on the phone. Who will you tell them? I've seen it. Everybody I've talked to tells me. And so you're playing the game of, I know what happened. I have a story to tell. Oh my God. And I'm listen, I learned more than I know. I got a fucking see what I did. I made sure, because I kind of had an idea, so I made sure I had an insurance policy. So, all right, tell me about this insurance policy. You got my phone? Nothing that we don't have possession of. There's a whole recorded message, a whole recorded conversation in there, a whole recorded incident in there. Recorded. When you say incident, there's a video in there.
What is he alluding
What
to?
y'all making me out to be, I didn't do, man. What they're making me out to say I didn't do. I didn't do it. I got proof I didn't do it. You been in my car yet? Take that black bag out of my car.
Sir, they took the black bag out of your car. It had a whole drawer in it from the dresser that y'all stole from. Sir, what is wrong with him?
Just take the black bag out of my car. Okay. Well, I'm telling you, bullshit wasn't me, bro. This is not who I am as a man, as a person.
What happened that led up to all this?
I don't know.
Like, this is not just the day of. This is weeks of planning.
It's not even weeks of planning, but I'm telling you what happened. It was, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
What did your wife know about all this?
She really didn't know shit.
That's not entirely true. At some point, she learned. She didn't mention that she learned before the traffic stop.
Before the traffic stop.
The one where you guys were stopped and you were taken into custody. At some point, she knew something.
Shit, right? It's right after. You know, yo, we gotta go. It's time to go home. Back to the car, let's go.
I mean, she had to have a reaction. Your mother-in-law had to have a reaction. Your family,
They were like, what the fuck, why? And I thought, like, I didn't tell them, like, oh, this. I'm like, you know, just do what I tell you. When I tell you to do something, do it. Let's go get the fuck out of here now. My mother-in-law was shit, like, crying, why, what happened? My mother, why? What's going on? Like, we have to go home. And we went home.
you had 12 plus hours in that car together.
A lot of time talking. I won't talk to her about stuff like this because I don't want her involved in stuff like this. This is not what she's. Amanda's a good girl. She comes from a good family. She's from the suburbs. She don't deal with shit like this. So I don't want her involved in shit like this.
But she also knew before the traffic stop. And we know that because we can see the photos that came over on her phone.
What do you mean?
She was told by multiple members of your family and her family.
Yeah. Well, we were driving home.
Yeah. She had to have questions.
And I wouldn't answer her questions. Honestly, I wouldn't answer her questions because I didn't want her to have to be stuck in the middle of this. The whole time she's bugging me. Carlos, what happened? I'm like, man, just stop. And in the car, I was just telling you know, like, you and our family was the best thing that ever happened to me, but for them to stop, I'm gonna let them take me. If you guys look at the stuff, I didn't try to run.
But she also had a kid in the car. Man, you could have brought that kid in the car.
Believe it or not, that Jeep fast, I could have did the police, but that's just bullshit. I wasn't doing that. I wasn't gonna try. For the record,
We had that conversation. We know that she was faster than those police cars.
yeah, I could have got away from the police in the Jeep, but I didn't want to try it.
You have a kid in the car, and you can't drive the kid in the car.
Even if he wasn't in the car, it was just me and her. I was still stopping because I knew, like, where am I gonna run? So I'm gonna go home, and I'll be sitting on my front porch waiting on me. But then I get home and you're there, okay? And even if you're not, you will be. Why risk everything when she still have my business running, and why lose everything when I still have a family to take care of? So she's still gonna be able to run our business. She's still gonna be able to do what she has to do. And okay, I'm gone. I'm probably gonna be gone for the rest of my life, but take care of him.
That's not how you. It's a good decision. Why did you still have the bag in the back of the car?
Insurance.
What are we gonna find in his bag? What's so important about his bag that makes it an insurance policy?
Just gonna basically tell you who did what. And you said you got 2 other people in custody?
And it's like, so we have
Cool.
Joshua Zuazo. Things that you did what? So, I'd rather start from the beginning on this, man. If Joshua was the killer, how did all this go down? And this is where I need the prosecutor. With this argument, if there's questions, that's why I need the prosecutor. That's not, that's you're right, because I'm looking at natural life for something I didn't do. Right? Then in that case, I want the question that addresses public safety today, right now. The victim had a gun on him when he went downstairs. What happened to that gun? That's a good question. I never had a gun. Somebody else had a gun. What they did with the gun, I have no idea. I believe it was sold, but I never had a gun.
I'm wondering if this is the statement that Zuazo doesn't want in
They
there.
called it an insurance policy. But it kind of does you in like it does him in.
No, Cindy, it's not. That's what really sucks. But I'm going to back up just a second. But I think that that's wise because he just made that statement about the gun. And I think that that's why Zuazo, which I know I'm saying it wrong, I don't care, didn't want to be around for this. I rewound
They called it an insurance policy. But it kind of does you in like it does him in. No. I mean, even if it does, listen, what y'all are making me look like I am on TV? I'm not that. If you're not that, tell me what you are. This is kind of an opportunity here, right? If you don't want to be portrayed as that, tell me how you want to be portrayed. That's the person I am, bro. I love my family. I was trying to take care of my family. Trying to I love my family. Like my mother, my sisters, my brother, my grandmother, I love my family. I'm a family-oriented person. And I'm not a monster. I know it sounds like I'm a monster. It looks like I'm a monster, but I'm not a monster. But I get going behind here. Right from the beginning. It's a 50-50 shot, right? One of you guys is more responsible for killing that victim than the other. Yes. Just by chance, that's always going to be a thing. Every time we do one of these. The robberies. Going into the homes. We found several other addresses. Was the plan to do more than one? No, so that was just, you're gonna find it because it was burnt, but it was just the type of thing that they made that looked like if you were gonna, that there was other inspections. There was no possibilities of going aware of. How did you pick out those houses? For neighbors. Well, two of them are. The last one is not. Maybe it was past neighbors or something, I don't know, but I know it was all related to that. But there was never any ideas of, let's go here, none of that.
So they had a list together of other people in the neighborhood's houses to say they were going to for these DTE checks. And the cops were like, oh, so were y'all going to go rob those people too, or just stop here? Is the basic gist that I'm getting.
How do you identify that house? His home. Just somebody gave address. They tell you how and why. What do you mean how and why? Why that house? Why that address? It's another question that I'll answer for a prosecutor. I'll even tell you who. When the prosecutor sits in front of me. Listen, I know I gotta do time, but anything under 20 years, I'll say experience. Usually when I have those conversations.
We don't get to tell you how many years we think we should get. And the cops are going to say, yeah, we'll just give you 20 years. It's okay. We won't put you in front of a judge and a jury. Sir, What's wrong with this man? Even the court paused it. It wasn't just me. That was insanity. Oh, they didn't pause it. They just muted it. Okay. He's still blinking. Come on.
Let's make this happen. That is a standard conversation. Listen, anything, you come to me 15 years right now, I'm like, go. I'll sign the paper, you send me away, and I think you're, but other than that, some questions I only ask for them. What I will say is I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I know for a fact it wasn't me. I proof it wasn't me. Either it could wait till the trial to come out, or it could come out to a prosecutor. It doesn't matter, but it wasn't me. Is there more than one crew doing the same thing? Was that prosecutor again? Okay, you must be the prosecutor. Like I said, I want to hesitate on that right there. Is there more than one crew? Straight up, yes or no? You got that, Tom? Tell me who. Is there more than one crew? I'm sure it is. There sure is. Is this something that is a greater ring? Because if we're going to have this conversation, let's talk around it without talking about it, right? Are we talking 2? Are we talking 5? Are we talking 10? Well, there's like 2 other groups. And they're doing it. Are they doing it the same way you are, minus the death? Or is there a different ploy? There's different ways they're trying it. You want to talk about any of those?
So he's saying that there's other groups out, other groups that are out there doing the same thing. And he wants the prosecutor to come in and talk to him. Okay.
Ways, because I know more than a couple of them. And I'm vetting this to know whether this is bullshit or not. They're trying it with the Xfinity Wi-Fi. They're trying it with AT&T. There's multiple ways they're trying. Is this word of mouth that's being passed around on how this is done, or is this essentially dispatch, so to speak? And it's a dude that's figuring out different ways to touch it, and he's like, try it like this. What other kind of trucks have you seen? I actually seen an AT&T truck. Like, they actually have a real truck. Do you know where that one happened at? No, I'm not. Do you know if it actually happened? Actually, I don't know if it actually happened. Tell me how you know Joshua Shilson. I've been knowing that dude since we were kids. Like, he lived a couple blocks over from me. All right, so if we're talking people, what does Josh do? He does cement. I understand he does cement. What else does he do other than cement? Because this is, if he is the killer here and this got out of control in that basement in some way, this is probably not the first thing. And this might be the first time he's committed murder. But you don't just do this out of nowhere. There was no one question though. I've been on that since we were kids, man. And I know he's probably giving you a statement on me and telling you some things about me, but I can't control that. Like I said, I know I have to go away. It would be better if I was able to talk with the prosecutor. Which one there? That's fair. But to get the prosecutor in the room, I think I'm giving you something that's worth getting the prosecutor in the room with them other ones.
They're trying to negotiate.
Lay it off on with the AT&T truck, with the way they're trying it as Xfinity, as AT&T. Who's that? Yeah, man, you got that? You're good. But yeah, dude. And there's a reason why I'm setting it up this way, because if we have this conversation now, it sets up now, and you want to have this conversation later, that's fine. But when that time comes, these are the things we're discussing and these are the things we expect. All right. If that's the case, full explanation of what happened in the house. You get me in front of a prosecutor, I give you everything you want to know. I want to know who's responsible for that pickup truck. You guys burned it in Detroit. Listen, man, I'm not asking. It was burned in Detroit. Yeah, I'm telling you. I'm sure it was. All right. I want to know where that came from. I want to know more about where all this DTE paperwork came from. The same person that gave you ideas. What does he receive in return, if anything? A cut? Can you prove the cut? Yes, I can. I told you I had an insurance policy. I get it. Do you understand why I'm asking that? Because at this point, like here, I'm looking at a conspiracy charge. We're not here. Only if we're not good. What is the cut? So what it is, like say we was to come out with a box of jewelry, he would take his pick on certain items. And if we came out with money, we would give him a portion of the money. There's 3 pieces of jewelry on that victim. Still should have been 3 pieces of jewelry. There's no significant ones missing. I don't have contact with him, so I don't know what he had, like, other than talking to him. I have no other contact with him. The night I talked to him, that was it. When did you figure out the victim was dead in the basement? When I was sitting at home scrolling my phone. How did you see it? Where did you see it? Well, I think I seen it on Instagram.
Wait, what? He's saying he didn't know there was a victim in the basement till he was at home scrolling on his phone?
Like, other than talking to him, I have no other contact with him. The night I talked to him, that was it. When did you figure out the victim was dead in the basement? When I was sitting at home scrolling my phone. How did you see it? Where did you see it? Well, I think I seen it on Instagram. As a result of that, was there a conversation with Josh over the phone or by text message? I think I FaceTimed him. I think I FaceTimed him.
And is there? I need to look at his phone. I need to see his phone records. I want to look at his phone. I want to know what time he FaceTimed him. I want to know everything. Yeah, and this isn't let's make a deal, dude. We don't get to pick and choose. And I'm wondering now if this is another statement that Zuazo, whatever, didn't want in there. What is happening? Because from what I understood in the beginning, and this is just me talking out loud, was that Carlos was the shooter, is the way I understood it. Because he had blood. So was the other one the shooter? I've got questions. This is getting.
I got my car. Wait there. That conversation the prosecutor happens. We had a conversation. I said a few things to him, and all that. And didn't tell you what his plan was. Josh? Oh, shit, just go back to work like normal. What did he say guys about me? He was afraid of him. What?
He said, oh, y'all, look, I'm adjusting. I'm going to have to buy a new chair eventually. This chair kills my back. So he said, what did Josh say about me? He's scared of you.
What did he say guys about me? He was afraid of him.
He's afraid of you.
What? Really? Are you serious? He's afraid of what you and your people can do to him and his family. He really said that? That's crazy. What else he said? Did you hear the interview? I don't know it. All right. Man, I can't think about this prosecution.
How long after the incident did you have this conversation? You had a FaceTime?
After you did that. I was when you're scrolling, and literally right after I looked at my phone and seen it, I'm like, it goes, I don't know. You send my phone? Do you ever send screenshots of what you were looking at to him? I don't remember. He gave any sort of reaction? Oh, yeah. Like, fuck, basically. Was that because you found out, or because you believe he just found out the first time? Maybe because we both just found out for the first time. Fair answer, but you see what I'm asking there, right? Do you think he withheld that from you? I believe he did. I can't get over this dude saying he just fragged me up. He slept in my fucking house. Ain't on the same place as me. It's my mom. Everyone has a game to play at this point. He's playing his. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait for that to go to my phone. There's the next one, man. We will eventually, within a month or two, have access to your phone. It takes a little time. If I got at this point, I'm going to give you the fucking passcode.
You might be right, Cindy. What did this guy just say? Did he just call him an asshole? What did he just say? You might be right. Josh may have already, him and his lawyer may have already seen all this and knew he was going to say all this. And it may have been beneficial to Josh to dip in court today at the last minute before this came up. That might have been a wise choice.
And we will eventually, within a month or two, have access to your phone. It takes a little time. If I got at this point, I'm going to give you the fucking passcode.
You're going to give him the passcode.
I'm literally sitting here thinking about it right now. Literally thinking about it right now. There was a question in mind, are we ever going to get our G back? My understanding is yes. When? That I don't have a specific answer for. So there's two different things happening here. Like you said, you answer our questions, I'm going to both work with you on that end too. That is a decision that's to be made between my sergeant, my lieutenant back in Michigan, and the command staff here locally. I have no reason to believe, I have not been led to believe in any way, shape, or form by anyone involved that is not going back to your life. There's no reason for us to keep it. It was not used in the crime. As soon as they're done processing and everything they want on a search warrant, it's over. We don't need it anymore. It goes back to her. So she's gonna have to come all the way over here to pick it up. Is she here in town right now? Is she in Michigan or is she in Texas? All right, she went home. We're selling the rest of our cars and I gotta get the lawyer. And $10,000 isn't gonna buy me a drug for the lawyer. She wants like 50 grand, so. What do you buy for 50 grand though? Yeah, we still up. Yeah, we still up. You understand what I'm asking though? Yeah, I buy, hopefully it's in your sentence. At least one of the two of you guys can have to do significantly more time than that. Well, it won't be me. You'll see. In my mind, I want to make sure you know what you're fighting for here. And what's at stake. We talked about it already. You want to be that good family man. You want to respect your peers. You want people to know you're not a monster. That's what we're doing here. Man, all you gotta do is go back and look at our histories. It is a little mine. You're gonna see I've been working. Been busting my ass working 16-hour shifts in the fucking steel plant. So, on the ground, business and everything's been legit. What steel plant do you store at? Should I work at Hernandez and Zuazo Even Steel? What's that? In Livonia. Okay. And then I first started at, can't remember the name of it now, all the other stuff in my mind. But it's in, right with this small steel plant. But I started there. Then I learned everything I had learned. And then I went to Even Steel, Hernandez and Zuazo Steel, and I stayed there. And this happened. Steel went to the top of my hand. Believe it or not, it barely touched me. And it's just so sharp because we were running a flat steel sheet, and it was my hand barely touched it. I was going to measure it to make sure it was the right size. Just made me pull my whole hand up, arteries split in half, and I have something like that. I did metal pouring and prototyping during the recession. I was working part-time in the sheriff's department, and I was pouring prototype Kirkside products for stamps. So I was doing sand casting and metal pouring. And while cleaning out the auger it came fucking loose and it embedded itself in my finger. Man, she did a pretty fucking good job managing me up on that one. My hand got stuck in that fucking machine. And it was just enough where it got traction on something else and didn't keep on tearing through my hand. Yes, I can't even make a whole fist. My tendons don't allow me to make a whole fist. See, all I did was crack the bone, and that went straight down to the bone. No, I never finished physical therapy. I had to go back to work. Like, my bills can't say, hey, I'll catch you later. I can't tell you right now. I had to go back to work. You're right. That is the toughest job I've ever done in my entire life, with the most exposure, like just nasty shit. Yeah, all the come out there spitting up black shit and wasn't good. All the stuff that was in that sand we were pouring and making those prototypes out of, all that shit was completely toxic. Everything was carcinogen. Yeah. But, yeah, I'll see a doctor and they say this is as good as I get my fist closed and feel it. Yeah, I can't get my fist closed.
Take it.
My tendons just, I had to go back to work. I couldn't take the time off of work to go to physical therapy. I needed to work. But when I realized my hand isn't going to be what I needed for me to keep working in the steel, I paid to get my CDL. And then I started to hit the road. Actually, I didn't hit the road. I was right off the gate. I was hauling cars, moving them around. And then I was like, should I make more money going over the road? Went over the road, save my money, save my money, save my money. I got my trucks. So I noticed some paperwork in your car. And that paperwork was in some death certificates and some bank statements from my uncle, credit union, Mr. Uncle. How are you guys related? From my grandmother, her mother was related to them. And so what is the family tree? So it's my great-grandmother, basically me and him, I took care of him. Okay, but it was like his mother and I think my great-grandmother, I wish that, from my grandma Dolores. Is it maternal or maternal? Maternal, all right. But they were just all related. And I took care of them. I went over, I fed them some clothes. What's the name attached to that? Stu Adolf? Yeah, that's the one, yeah. You know, like he just had a heart attack, his heart gave away on him. I was a little concerned when I first saw that. I just sat there and I was like, did you steal people's death certificates? What is this stuff? I don't know, well, great uncle, but you gotta take care of him forever. Make sure he ate. And when he couldn't do himself, I watched him. I didn't know about that. But again, that's family. Like if my family member needs me, I'm there. See, the news don't see that side of me. When you guys release this, hopefully you release that part. I'll take care of the fucking uncle. I'm not asking these questions for no reason. But yeah, what I think this entire case did, at a baseline level, you took a whole bunch of people, your partner took a whole bunch of people on the north end of Rochester, and you put the absolute fear and death in them, because all of them can empathize with the victim and go, that could have just as easily been me as that guy. Or I can empathize with the victim, that could have been me.
Oh.
I think I probably know the answer to this already. Why the husband and not the wife? What do you mean, why not both? It was never supposed to happen. What do you mean, why not both? I'm trying to, it was never supposed to happen. They're full of, you understand what I'm saying though? Yeah, it was never supposed to happen, bro. Because I'm supposed to believe this other guy's a monster, why doesn't he come up and then her too? It was never supposed to happen.
That's interesting.
Why did you guys leave so quickly?
Because it was a robbery?
You guys were in the house for 21 minutes. I never said I was there the second day. Now you put me somewhere I never agreed to say I was there. Doesn't matter, I was there. Faces on camera, voice on
You're on Ring doorbell. Sir.
Whole days. Oh, I didn't know where I don't give a fuck. I don't want to be there. It was never supposed to, like, when I tell you when he came.
Okay, he just, look, I'm going to rewind that a second because he just,
Why did you guys leave so quickly? What do you mean? You guys were in the house for 21 minutes. I never said I was there the second day. Now you put me somewhere I never agreed to say I was there. Doesn't matter, I know you were there. Faces on camera, voices on camera. More camera, ring doorbell. The second day, whole days. Oh, I didn't know what I don't give a fuck. I don't want to be there.
See, he just said, "Oh, I know all that. I don't give a fuck." Okay, well, the Ring doorbell caught you both days, sir. So your lie just got blasted.
It was never supposed to, like, when I tell you, when he came up to me and started talking to me, he's like, we gotta go now. Like, you can ask her, she was never put in no bindings. Until he came up.
I was fixing to say she was in bindings. He just stopped himself. He said she wasn't in bindings, but he finished the sentence. I didn't
She was never put in no bindings. Until he came upstairs.
Until he came upstairs. Okay.
She never had no bindings on. Another thing. So the one interview that I did with all this was with the wife. You know what fucked her up in the hospital when we got to that part of the story? Is she paused and hesitated and she broke down. And it was, I can't believe I didn't see it. I can't believe I didn't recognize it. If we really had a gas emergency, why wouldn't, after we refused entry the night before, why wasn't the fire department or police department called out? I should have recognized it right then and there if I would have been listening to be alive. Can't believe you guys believe. Why did you take no for an answer the night of? The door was open. It was at night. The houses are 100 feet apart, door to door. You could have walked right through. Didn't want to be there at night. So, yeah, just, it wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to happen. Did he fight back? You gotta ask him. You say him, what do you mean? That's another question for the prosecutor. But did she tell you that she sat there without any kind of tape on her or nothing on her until he came back upstairs? She bounced back and forth on a series of events. Said she got hit in the face. She said she got taped up by her hands and by her ankles. I think one over her mouth as well. Nothing ever happened to her, so she came back upstairs. Who hit her in the face? I don't even recall being hit. The entire one side of her face, it's all black and blue. Yeah, I don't recall being hit. Do you remember seeing blood on Joshua inside the house? Yeah. You talk about that in the car? A little bit. They're stolen cell phones. What's stolen cell phones? We don't have any dirty cell phones. I'll shut their phones on the freeway somewhere, man. When you guys left, what route did you take? I think we came out on, so I think it starts with a B, took that straight up to up here around, 75. Right. Do you remember where the phone got thrown? Is there any sort of landmark you saw on the side of the road? Any road on it? Wasn't paying attention. We threw them out, you ran. You threw them out. Are you still in Michigan? Yeah. The car keys to the Infinity. I don't know. I don't know where they're at. All the cars are still there, right? Well, this is the single set of car keys, which made us question whether we had to worry about something like that and stealing the car. And the family's still wondering that too. It's gonna cost probably, $500-600 to get the car rekeyed, something like that. To get a car rekeyed? It's just, I don't know, you have to replace the ignition too. I can't remember what they told me that was potentially going to cost. But it's new fob and complete rekey.
It's expensive.
I just had to rekey both my cutlass and my Jeep because the keys are in the car, they won't let her out. We see new pairs of keys for this, keys for that car, or at least one set. You know, in the center console, we lift up the bottom part. The keys are to my Jeep and my guns in there. And semi-truck keys, but those are spares. And the only other thing I'm looking for is what happened to that fucking necklace. What necklace? I was wearing a necklace at the time. It is the main piece of jewelry, the only piece of jewelry that's missing off this person. He still had a Rolex on his wrist. And quite honestly, a super identifiable and valuable one. We found a ring underneath his body. And we found that necklace. And it kind of makes me think, because the zip ties weren't used, that something really went wrong down there in that basement. Something unexpected. So somebody took a necklace from him. Necklace and the gun. And I wish I could talk to this fucking new kid, man. I also anticipate, based on the history.
He said, man, I wish I could talk to this dickhead, man.
You know, about him, there was no less than $2 grand in his pocket. I don't know. Like I told you, we had our own money. I don't know what was taken from the house. Still don't know what was taken from the house. I wish I had the opportunity to talk to Josh though.
I got a suggestion. Let's put Carlos and Josh in the same room, let it be recorded, and let them have a conversation. And then we'll see who comes out on top.
How long after the DTE truck was burned did it take you guys to get out of town?
The car backed up within a shut on a few hours.
And how long after the incident did you guys take the DTE truck out of the truck?
Immediately.
Immediately. So when did you see this, that he passed and the victim died on Instagram?
And he was the truck and car.
Immediately took off.
Yeah, it was about 7 o'clock at night. Okay. That's about when I left. How did you guys know I was in Louisiana? License plate readers. If you're driving a vehicle that's registered. Yeah. We didn't know always where we knew general direction.
Sir, there's a technology called LPR, license plate readers. Surprise, surprise. Oh.
I mean, everybody knew I was gonna go home. Everybody knew I was gonna go home. We just let him talk me on my way home or at home. Why did you guys go to Lowe's in a couple hours leading up to all this? Josh wants things. You want to tell me what those were? Because I already know. The zip ties. So, who has the experience with the zip ties? Where did that come from? You know, all you gotta do is look at our history. You see, I don't have a history of shit like this. This is not what I do. I work. He's hiding out.
I really wish I could read lips.
But yeah, this is not what I do, man. I don't break into people's houses. I don't sit by people. Here's one thing. I believe it. I don't think you have the intention to kill him. But I do think the robbery had a lot of intent. I think that going to Lowe's for the zip ties beforehand, coming back twice, I think when you say it is closer to 5 or closer to 15 days, you guys went to Home Depot and bought the masks and bought the yellow vests. Because, I mean, there's at least 10 days lead up, at the very least. Feels like 5 days before. I know we waited one a while ago. What caused you guys to stall and not do it then? I just didn't want to do it. I kept like, something inside of me kept telling me no. What made you finally say yes? You finally like, let's just let me get it done. What pushed you over that? Just say yes to him. I don't know, it just seemed like it was perfect. Like he said, like the explanation was, you're going wrong. And that's Joshua or this mysterious third party? You should have all them together. Where'd the DTE blackers come go? Some guy in Michigan? Was it just the blackers he gave you, or was it other things? Just blackers. He's not the guy who provided all the DTE paperwork and an idea. Those are two different people.
Is the guy who gave you the paperwork and all that stuff, she's the same guy who kind of runs the show and comes up with these ideas?
No, that guy, like the guy that comes up with the ideas, he's in Detroit too, but the guy that like shows the paperwork and everything, no. Different people, yeah. Because the ideas come from, New England, I don't know if that's what you want, but that's where ideas come from. What's his name? Weddle. You know, Weddle, like white boy Weddle.
Weddle, he's a white boy.
That's where ideas come from. Whether how they can be done is another question. Do you have his number saved in your phone? Yeah. What's he saved as? Weddle. And is that a text message or is it a social media page? It's a direct phone number. Right. And we'll leave in a number, and I can't tell you what it is because I don't know what it is off the top of my head. And there's some involvement there, and we're trying to gauge what that involvement is right now. What do you need a number? There's a number to a phone that we don't have enough information on yet to say who the owner of it is yet. But we know there's another party out there. What is the number? Phone number. Yeah, what is the phone number? I'm off the top of my head. Oh. We're trying to put that phone number with someone because we believe they're involved. Well, if I know the number, I can tell you the phone number.
He's saying, sir, he's saying, give me the number and I'll tell you who it is if it'll help me get only 10 years or 15 years. He says, I'll tell you, just give me the number.
If you're telling me that you talked to this guy, that was one of them together, and you're willing to give me access to your phone. Not yet. I need to talk to this prosecutor first. You don't know when I'm going to be back in Michigan? Well, let me be very clear on that point. I don't know, I promise you I don't know. But if I did know that, I couldn't tell you that because it potentially endangers any transport that you might have. Right. Like I'm not fucking around. Like we've been, aren't you guys as Oakland County coming to get you or you guys sending that extradition list to get you? I don't know that either. I would figure it would be our guys because our guys are paid by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office or paid by the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office when they pay for the extradition. Who they contract and do it with, whether it would be the U.S. Marshals, whether it would be us, I figure it would be us, but that's no guarantee. And whether that's a plane ride, whether that's a bus, whether that's a car, I don't know. I mean, my concern here, dude, if I had to transport myself, make sure that they fucking do it. Yeah. And how to safely get you back while still protecting the public is what would be a concern. All right. What other questions you got? That's it. If I have anything else here. Are you going to set up folks to prosecutor when I get ready? From here, there's going to be a conversation between him and I, most likely on speakerphone, with probably at least the bare minimum 2 of our bosses. And then they're going to talk to their bosses. We're going to hang out with them and talk to another group of the sheriff's department and the prosecutor's office, and they're going to make those decisions away from us. Is the message going to be relayed? Yes, the message is going to be relayed. Absolutely it will be. Did Josh actually make a statement to you, to be honest with me? Josh told us he was scared. That's all he said. That's all I know. And it's okay on my plate. Slept at my house. All right. What? Any more questions?
Wendell Smith.
Yeah, can you spell your first name and your last name for the record?
Why don't you guys go to Lowe's? And whether that's a claim right or whether it's submitted to them.
Is that how I did it?
I appreciate you. All right, we have a job to do here. Everything that we talked about here is eventually going to go in front of prosecutor for them to review. They're going to make their decision. All right, I have no control after it's submitted to them. All right. I appreciate you, sir. Thanks, sir. Still open or locked? It's usually open. How's it here, by the way? I don't ever work with one jet. Fucking door, I want to go back to Michigan. It's not different. Since I see one red for you, yeah.
Detective, was it the only time you spoke to the defendant?
Yes.
And after this interview, the testified earlier to was that you went and grabbed the evidence that was given to you and head back to Michigan?
Yes.
Did you transport Mr. Hernandez?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, all right, so we start cross-exam, but it's 5 p.m., so I'm gonna let you go for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna ask you to be back tomorrow, 8:30 a.m.
Okay. Well. What a day. Let's review. Well, shall we? Let's review. Oh my goodness. What a day. Look, my camera's all fuzzy to me. I don't know. It's just me. So this is what I've come up with. Okay. We're going to read through. We're going to do a read through of my crazy notes for today. So I'm going to make this fun, guys. I'm determined. So day 3, I've come up with David Packmeyer. He returned from yesterday. So he went over, he gave a good description of the vehicle, and he talked about Krispy Kreme donuts. Eric Hill was witness number 9. He talked about a white Ford F-250 that was on fire, and he was a firefighter that arrived there, but there was already firefighters on the scene. Then we had number 10 was Martez Dixon. He was a fire investigator. He really didn't say anything, but there was a fire. So we know there was a fire. Casey Jones was a detective. He's the one that brought in all those evidence of all those different shoes. And the face coverage, the mask, N95 mask, the gloves. Oh yes, the gloves were also brought in with that. And it was stated that he was 6'6" and 450 by Casey Jones. Now, that's debatable because other ones have said he's 6'5". So then our 12th witness was Sierra Ramirez. She was a crime scene DNA detector analysis. She's the one that kept using the word octillion that caused them to Google the word octillion, amongst other jury drama we found out, because we had a guy that decided he wanted to know who the judge was, so he Googled the judge. And on top of that, he sent her a letter saying how disappointed he was in the way he was being treated as a juror. So, lesson learned there, you don't email the judge as a juror. That's not a good plan. Yeah, so we'll finish with that. So let's see, we're going to roll on over. And it was juror number 2 in, I think, A or B. I'm not sure, either A or B. It was juror number 2 who sent the email. I did make note of that. For the 13th witness, we had Gerardo Saucedo, and he was a graphics designer that actually made the signs for Carlos. And we got to see a video of Carlos coming in and purchasing it, and then also coming back to pick them up. He's the one that made the DTE Energy signs that were magnetic for a truck. And then we had Danielle Diaz, who was Amanda's mom, who was Carlos's wife. And that's Hernandez's mother-in-law. She knew Zuazo as Yogi, and she only had met him one time. And she was aware of the white Jeep from Texas. And I had made another note, but I wrote it down over here. Hold up, let me find it, because I wrote it down over here. Let's see, what else? There's something else I was going to say that she had. Oh, she said that Hernandez fled to Texas with her daughter and grandchild after the murder. So, and that she recognized Yogi in the ring video footage. That's what it was. Then we had number 15 was Jesse Hegland, who was a deputy, and he interviewed Linda Murray and gave information about what he learned from Linda Murray. And then we had witness 16, who was Wendell Smith. He was a detective. And he was the one that did the interview that we just got through watching. That was a very interesting interview. Asked if he had any medical conditions. And of course, his medical condition was he was fat and also schizo. He does not take medications for his schizo anymore. He gave that up, but he was diagnosed about 20 years ago. And he said he didn't have a gun. Let's see. He's known Joshua since they were kids. So he's known Joshua for a very long time. He also said that he was scrolling Instagram when he found out that there was a dead victim. And that he had a FaceTime conversation with Josh about it. And let's see. Oh, the recording date of the video was October 17th, 2024. And that was the end of my notes. He is very insisting on wanting to talk to the prosecutor. I don't know if he ever got to talk to the prosecutor, but that'll be interesting. We will get all kinds of information on Cross tomorrow. Ooh, tomorrow. Ooh, tomorrow's Friday. I don't normally stream on Fridays. What to do? We may have a late stream. We may have a surprise stream. I'm not sure. Keep up. For anybody on the replay crew, thank you for being here. Be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. Put your notifications on because y'all know me. I kind of go oddball in hours with weekends. So if you want to catch me over the weekend, be sure to have your notifications on. And I will see y'all when I see y'all, whether it be tomorrow or sometime else over the weekend. With that, y'all have a great rest of your night. Peace. Rubber out.
Life's a ride on a